¿Qué pasa, people? Hello. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. Good Monday. How you doing, guys? It's time for Endgames. I promised this so many times that I need to do it. So this will be officially our next, I think it's the third, but it might be the fourth. I think it's the third Endgames session. Aha, I have my ponytail. Perfect. Hello, RT dealer, RT dialer. What's up? How's your week going? How's your week starting? Everything's fine? So I'm 1 hour late. I was going to stream 1 hour before, but I had the most accidented day so far. So I'm finally home, I'm relaxed, and I can do this. Thankfully, I have prepared the material for today, so that's good. That is good. Profile. Okay, I'll wait for maybe 5 minutes until people get here, because since it's a teaching might not be the word, but a didactic, instructive masterclass. I don't know how to say it, but since the goal is to share this with people, I'm gonna wait for 2 minutes to have more people together before starting. It's going to be Endgames, and today we're going to try and cover 3 different topics. One is Bishop and Pawn versus Bishop, same color. The second one is Knight versus Pawn, and the third one is Rook versus Pawn. And I have already prepared some studies on chess, so I should be faster than usual. And in the meantime, let's play a game or something, or let's do a puzzle. Yeah, let's start. Let's do a puzzle too. It would be nice if it was an endgame puzzle. Okay, let's do a puzzle before people arrives. How are you, RT dealer? Okay, first move that comes to mind is this, followed by this, maybe. Definitely f2 is tempting. But maybe just rook here first is also interesting. I mean, the queen would be attacking the rook as well. So what is the difference? Well, here he can trade, and then we do the check, and isn't that transposing? No, there's a queen of one mate, but it is transposing, right? If I don't know what I clicked. If rook here and he takes and I go here, it's transposing. So maybe the difference could be this check over here. And then once we block, how does he save all the material? I don't know. And if I take here first, and then I go here, how does he save all the material? Maybe some trick like bishop e3. Maybe some trick like bishop e3? With our queen on f2, that might not work with the queen on h1. We're a piece down, so for example, queen f2, king h1, rook a d8, bishop e3. And if we take the queen, he takes our queen, we take the piece, it's equal. Well, we can't even take the piece, we lose the rook. Oh, okay, so I think bishop e3 is the difference. I think we need to go rook here first. Because if we take, he goes here and we play rook d8, there's bishop e3. Defending the rook, attacking our queen. And we have no checks, no interesting ones at least. I mean, we can sack the queen for a rook and then take the queen. And then we will be an exchange up for a pawn. No, not for a pawn, just an exchange up. So that's difficult to assess anyway. Huh. And if we go rook here, queen takes b7, rook f7, we win material. I think I'm gonna go for it. How many people are here? Only RT Dealer? Okay. Am I saying your nickname right? Is it RT Dealer or RT Dialer? Or something different? Okay, 24 points. Ooh. 24 points that I lost. So I need to go for, oh, there's no, what? Bishop e3 now. Wow. I wasn't even close. That was strange. So rook here first doesn't work for some reason. For some reason. Maybe, just maybe, a move I didn't consider before, bishop g5. Huh. That cannot be it. That cannot be it. Unless... No, this cannot be it. So bishop g5 is not the move. RT Day. RT Day Lear. RT Dailer Ler RT Dailer It's tough. Does it come from a real name or something that I can remember? It's tough. Queen takes b7. Oh. Queen takes, rook here, queen takes. Just Dailer, not Dailer. Dailer. I mean, I see the word day, D-A-I, D-A-Y, and I think day. Tayyip. Where are you from? All those names are tough. Also, maybe just rook, bishop, and pawn for queen is enough. Change nick to Papalu. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Lord Sakuho, and welcome. I think it's time to move to endgames after failing this puzzle. We can do the puzzle of the day. Puzzle of the day has to be easy. Hey, Jaqui. Best command is still KC. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah. You're from Turkey. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, that's what I would have guessed with that name, Tajip. Nice. We have people from all over the world Where's the puzzle of the day is here. Yeah, let's do this one. Dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Check or check. Oh, it's mating too. Yoo-hoo! Yes, we're the best. Okay, let's move to endgames, guys. Learn, study. Sub 2500 filthy. Well, I mean, puzzle of the day. Okay, let's remember what are we going to see today. We're going to cover bishop and pawn versus bishop. That's the first topic, the most voted one in Discord. Next one is knight versus pawn, and next one is rook versus pawn. I'm gonna try and cover them all, but I can't promise. Let's start with bishop and pawn versus bishop. What do you think about Magnus Carlsen? I think he's awesome. Oh, I've seen this. I voted today in a poll on Twitter, and the question was, do you like Magnus Carlsen as a person? Something like that. Do you like Magnus Carlsen as a person? Yeah, I think it was like that. And I was like, well, I mean, I cannot hate it. I don't know him. so I voted yes, but wasn't sure. So what do I think about Magnus Carlsen as a chess player? I think he's the greatest. I'm not risking too much saying that, I think. Yeah, he's just awesome. Bishop and pawn versus bishop. Yeah. The greatest chess player ever is GM Quartillo. That's right. I think the best player, the greatest chess player ever in history of chess is GM Quartillo. After that, I think it's Garry Kasparov. And after that, it's Magnus Carlsen. That's my opinion. Might be a little bit biased. Solid top 3, yeah. I know. I think this way, yeah. So I think Carlsen still has to surpass Garry from a historical point of view, although of course Carlsen level is higher than Kasparov's best. But you know, he still needs to win consistently for more years to make a big legend. It's really tough to compare people from different times anyway. Okay, thanks for the question. Bam Pepelu. Oh, hello, John. Did you see the new stuffs coming with V2? No, not yet. I wasn't following Thibault's stream lately. Last week I was too busy, and today I was too busy. You can spoil some. Yeah, sure, you can. I'm seeing I have a wrong crop here. Maybe I should fix this before continuing. So this is wrongly cropped for some reason. Is the board right? Not even. Oh, wait. Ah, now it is perfect. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I had a zoom on the page. I think it's perfect now. Just watched from the new Games of Thrones episode. Want spoilers? I don't mind Jong because I never watched Game of Thrones. I might do it soon, but by the time I reach that episode, I will forget everything you tell today. We will be able to resize board directly by grabbing a corner. Ooh, that's copying chess.com. And we're getting new sound theme, speech. Oh, which will be synthesized speech for moves. Oh, the same synthesizer he's using for the streams. That's nice. I mean, I prefer Morris Ashley, but okay. A synthesizer would be fine also. I would ban you for that, Pepe, if I hadn't banned you already. For never watching Game of Thrones, I cannot watch. I don't have time in my life to watch everything. I need to pick my battles. Okay, so first topic, bishop and pawn versus bishop with same color bishop. These endgames arise reasonably frequently. Game of Thrones is like the one only obligated thing to watch. Nah. When there are many pawns on the board and one bishop, and when you have a bishop and your opponent has a bishop and they're the same color and there's many pawns all over the board, it's usually one bishop is a good bishop and the other is going to be a bad bishop. So all the strategy goes along with that, but we're not going to cover practical endgames here, only the theoretical simpler ones. So that's why we're only going to cover bishop and one pawn versus bishop. Essentially, the defending side wants to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn, and that would be an immediate draw. So how to win? That's what we're gonna see, and several scenarios. Hello at Jealous Greece. It's not fair to compare players with different chess education or culture. Carlsen have the advantage to play every day in online or study chess and learn from engines. Yeah, I mean, it's not unfair to compare anyway. I mean, of course, people have different opportunities in different places and different families and different everything. That's the world, not just for chess or competition in general, but still, it's fair to compare, especially people from the elite, to compare them against each other. I think that's fair. Nowadays, I think everyone in the chess elite has sort of the same opportunities, basically. Chess, especially with the internet and computers, databases, and engines, is totally accessible to the same huge information is accessible to many people. So yeah, the ones who work more, they deserve more. Friends and Game of Thrones are objectively trash shows. I've watched Friends completely. Saying that you haven't watched Game of Thrones is worse than saying that you have never watched Friends. No, okay. Oh, you know what, John John? This is gonna be fun. I had not watched Friends until maybe 2 years ago, when I decided, okay, it's time to watch Friends, and I started from episode 1 to the last one. I watched the full Friends series 2 years ago, more or less. I binged Friends. Yes, I did. Poor soul. And I binged 99. How is this called? Oh man. What's the word? Friends spin-off. Oh, what's the word? Police station. Say it in Spanish. Comisaría? District? I don't know. I mean, I don't remember the word. That's the problem. It's not that I'm trying to translate. It's blah blah 99. It's oh man. Maybe it's not police station. What is it called? Yeah, it's the number 99. So New York 99. Yeah, I think it's New York 99. No, I think it's the name of the city. I think. And why? Yeah, maybe. No, I think it's New York. But I'm not sure. No, maybe it's not. 99. Oh man. Brooklyn. Brooklyn, exactly. It's not the city. It's the, yeah, it's Brooklyn. Brooklyn 99, finally. Thanks, Bobby. Jealous Grease, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Brooklyn 99 is a series I binged the first time completely. Then I did it again, and then I did it again. So Brooklyn 99, 99, yeah, Brooklyn 99. I watched the series like three times. Anyway, let's have a look at this and try to understand what's going on. I'm watching the same show twice, but never 3 times, right? I mean, it's so good. You boy Pepe good binge Game of Thrones 10 times and never leave his house again. Oh boy, yeah, that makes more sense than you boy. I hate watching. Ah, you hate. Yeah, I usually hate it too. It's like wasting my time. So I wouldn't watch Friends again, for example. I wouldn't mind watching an episode, but no, not the full series. However, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I watched, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, let's close the database. Bishop to f3, bishop to c6. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to study several scenarios on this type of endgame. This is the ideal for the winning side. Of course, the key point is well, if you have light square bishops, the key point is how to pass through the light square. Light color square. Hey SMS, hey Castlebit, hey Bobby, hey everyone. So how do we achieve that? Well, of course the defending side wants to. Jonas missing Pepe again? I know she's streaming. So the bishop wants to sacrifice for the pawn. How do we avoid that? Okay, someone already pointed out bishop f3 is the plan. So we want to, we want to block and then push the pawn. Simple, right? Okay, this is the ideal scenario for white because we can achieve it very, very easily now. We play bishop f3 and yeah, nothing that black can try. I don't know, for example, bishop a4, just bishop c6, and yes, it's game over. Maybe black can try to go to e8, but it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same, bishop c6. And in this scenario, especially, the king is helping, so every scenario where the bishops get traded, it's a complete loss. So okay, this is the idea. I love you, Pepe, but one of my friends have 1 viewers, so I'm gonna go cheer him up. Okay, John, well done. Appreciate you do that for people. See you later, Voctex. But if king e8, what? Okay, after bishop f3, if king e8, we just do this anyway. So you have to take, and this is the king is forced out, so this is lost. Of course, you need to be careful to no music this time. No, when we do endgames, we don't play music. We all know you'll go watch Joanna. What? Ah, John. No, John never lies to me. He might lie to you, Lord Sakuho, but he wouldn't lie to me. Okay, so yeah, this. Of course, you need to be careful with being sure about endings where you trade bishops, but in this case, it's winning. Yeah. So, okay, the lines are there. This is not very... This is the ideal scenario. You have the king in the best place, you can block, etc. Now let's see a not so easy scenario for the defending side. Actually, we're gonna see a defensive technique we need to learn. This is important. It's too tough to choose between you and Joanna. I castle bit. I have it clear. Joanna would be my pick, but okay. I promised like 4 times to do this stream today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be streaming. I would be watching her and supporting her. Okay. So this is a tricky scenario because this position, white's king is ideal supporting the pawn, and it seems black's king is in a terrible shape. If we remove the bishops, for example, this is obviously completely lost. However, this is a draw. This is a draw and gives us an important piece of information about how to save these positions. If you achieve this, the king behind the pawn in opposition with the strong king, you can draw. Because there's no way for white to make progress here. For example, I don't know how to make progress as white. Bishop d7, the usual. Then the bishop will go out. Let's say if we keep moving on the same diagonal, the bishop will be back. So let's change diagonal. Bishop g4, then bishop b5. And it's important that the king is controlling c6. Otherwise, we would have the typical maneuver to c6, but we don't have it here. So the thing is, in this position, this is a draw, especially because of this king controlling this. Bishop e2. Okay, let me continue the line then. Well, bishop d7 doesn't make any progress. Bishop e2. We just keep the bishop on the diagonal. Thanks for the challenge, Daniel, but not now. Yeah, we're gonna keep this under control. And the thing is, there's no way for this bishop to block, because here it blocks the own pawn. So after we move our bishop, the bishop has to move again. And here would be the ideal, but our king is preventing it. So there's no way to make progress here. There's no way to ideally block that. So this is an important resource for the defending side, which is not intuitive, because you usually want your king in front of the passed pawns. But in this case, this is a way to defend. Let me just show another important thing, which is going to be hard to achieve. Okay, we only have d7, right? We don't have c6. Let's say, please, Daniel, don't. Let's say we achieve bishop c8. That wouldn't work either, because we would take the pawn. I mean, let's say, I don't know, this. We keep the bishop. He goes like here. We keep the bishop. Well, not there. We keep delete the bishop on the diagonal. He goes here. We keep the bishop on the diagonal. He goes here. We just trade, and the king is too close to the pawn, so c8 doesn't work either as a square to trade bishops. So important method to defend king in the rear of the pawn. Now let's see a scenario that is not so ideal for the defending side. This is called in the rear, yeah, behind. Okay, we have a very similar scenario, but we have a problem here. As the defending side, we have a problem. We're in the edge of the board. So one of the two diagonals is too short. Actually, the one we're showing in red is too short. So in this case, white will win. Despite we having the king in the best position, in the rear of the pawn. Bishop c8 and bishop b7. Yes, exactly. The thing is, we're gonna control. Hey, Miss Keck, thank you. The thing is, we're gonna control the three squares on that diagonal, on that short diagonal, with bishop and king. So black is gonna be in Zugzwang. So yes, we start with bishop c8, trying the usual method of driving off. Black will lose a tempo. We go there, and now black has to choose diagonal. Doesn't really matter. It's the same what's going to happen. Let's say bishop d3. We go bishop s3, and now after bishop a6, what else? I mean, b7 is a threat, right? So bishop a6 is forced. If had we go to f5, we would play bishop c8, but it's going to be the same. And in this position, because once the bishop is in this diagonal, because the king is controlling two squares, we control the other with the bishop. Bishop g4, bam. This is a Zugzwang. If this was in the middle of the board, we would have king to the left to still save the game. But here we don't have it, so this is a Zugzwang, and black loses. And back here, yeah, if we choose the other diagonal, it's going to happen the same. Once we go to c8, we go here, controlling this, and the bishop is forced to move. Because in this case, the bishop is preventing also the king to keep contact with the pawn. So if the king goes back, I mean, if the bishop moves, of course we promote, and if the king goes back, we can lose contact with the pawn now to push the bishop. I've never heard of this stuff before. Well, it's one I learned all of this stuff actually from this book, not this book, but this book, 100 Endgames You Must Know. Jesus de la Villa, Spanish Grandmaster, and yeah, it's one of the 100. So this one, so it's an important endgame to know, because yeah, same color bishops and endings happen. Maybe not as often as others, but it's good to know this stuff because sometimes you're winning and you don't realize, or the other way around, you don't know how to draw and you lose. Was it referred to you by Yasser? No, I knew it much before I heard. I think I think even before I ever saw Yasser, because yeah, Spanish Grandmaster Jesus de la Villa, I know him from a long time ago. I knew him before I was a chess player. He was saying it on the stream about the same book. Ah, cool. Yeah, because it's a book. It's a very well-known book. Actually, I think maybe in this edition we have, or we don't. No, we don't. But it's well known that some players like Alexandra Kostyniuk, or maybe here, no. I thought I read that somewhere. I think Alexandra Kostyniuk recommended this book and said she learned endgames with this one. This has no printed copy available for sale. It's only available as second hand on eBay and such platform. Oof, I can't remember when did I buy this one. I have 2 copies. Well, I have 1 copy, and then in the school we have another one. So this is in English, and in the school we have a Spanish copy because the original is in Spanish. Anyway, okay, that's about the short diagonal. And yeah, if we have a short diagonal, then as the defending side we're in trouble. But of course, as you see, some accuracy is required as the winning side too, so it's important to know it for both sides. Let's see another example. And this is interesting. In this example, well, if I tell you it's white to move and win, can I? Maybe I need to hide this. But it's already late because you also. Okay, it's white to move and win here. How would you win? White is in check, and there's obviously a short diagonal marked in red. The pawn is very close to promoting, so the important square is f8, the important square to control. And there's a short diagonal from there and a long diagonal to the other side. Whoa! Here comes the raid, welcome! Hey Lee! Hey Joanna, thanks for the raid. Thank you. Hey Koala, welcome. Hello Tico. Welcome guys. We're seeing the first topic that got voted, which is bishop and pawn versus bishop with same color bishops. Go for the short one, as taught in the last puzzle. You are right, Castlebit. That's the way to win. So let me sum up for those of you who just came. What we're seeing, we've seen only 3 positions. So I'm gonna go real fast through them again. When we're fighting to promote a pawn and we have a bishop and our opponent has a bishop of the same color, the defending side wants to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. That would be an immediate draw. So we need to block this. So the basic technique is to block with the bishop, and then life is good, we're going to promote. Simple. Then we showed a defensive method, very important, starting here, that is with the king in the rear of the pawn, the king behind the pawn. It's counterintuitive because you usually want your king in front of passed pawns, but here the way to defend, we're going to see more, is with the king behind the pawn like this, and this is a draw. There's no way for the strong side to block and still be able to push the pawn, because the ideal square to block is not available now that the king is here. For example, after bishop here, bishop moves, we change diagonal, so the bishop has to control d7 again. We can never allow this. And now there's no way to maneuver to this square because it's control. It's totally under control. So this is a draw. This is a draw. And nothing. Yeah, just a draw. Then we saw, finally, what a short diagonal is. When we're not in the center of the board, but in one edge of the board, chances are we have a short diagonal like this one, 3 squares, less than 4 squares. And that's a loss. I mean, that's a win for the strong side. How? We're gonna use the same method as usually. Black will wait. we're going to put there. Black will change diagonal. When we move out, black needs to control the square, but now because short diagonal and the king is controlling already 2 squares, we just need to control the other square, and suddenly black is in Zugzwang. This is winning for white. There's no way to, I mean, there's no way to keep the bishop on a6 without losing it. The only would be this, but then this check wins the bishop, of course. Okay, so we caught up with this position where we were saying white to move and wing, and as Castlebit pointed out very well, we go to the short side. So we're basically in the same position as the previous example, or same idea. And for example, after king moves or bishop waits, I don't know. Yeah, let's say king moves. Nah, that's stupid. Let's no, I didn't want to do that. Okay, let's delete from here. 1 second. Okay. Oopsie. King g8. Okay. So let's say we wait. White plays this, of course. We change diagonal. It would be stupid to go here because we will lose the bishop. So here, and that allows this check. So king e6 actually not so stupid. So yeah, delete from here. Yeah, first move should be king g6, right? King g6. Now bishop f8. Bishop has to change diagonal. And which one do we use? Doesn't matter really. Let's say we do this one. Bishop moves, we need to move here, right? And now the Zugzwang arises after we just control the other. So anytime the bishop enters the short diagonal and our king is controlling 1 square, well, 2 squares, we need to control the other, because this was also controlled. So, and yeah, this is Zugzwang again, right? There's no way for this king and this bishop to keep controlling this square. So if the king moves back, then bishop g7 will happen. So yeah, king g8 is winning. But to understand the defensive method, I want to show what happens after king e8. Pepe, how do I get worse at chess? Oh, good question, old Sakuho. I'm glad you asked that. I have a lot of recipes. If you're taking notes, okay, to get worse at chess, take notes. You need to not play. Not playing is one of the best ways. Don't do tactics. Don't do puzzles. Play a lot of bullet. Play a lot of bullet chess, and especially variants. If you can play variants as much as you can. Play 1 minute game only. Yeah, that's one of the best. Play bullet and only that. Don't analyze your games. Don't you ever analyze a game. And also play random moves if you can. If you can, try to play random moves. And also look for any chance you have to violate any of the common rules of chess, like, you know, neglect the center, neglect development, move pieces, move the same piece 5 times in the opening, that sort of thing. I think we can come up with more tips, but I think with those you probably do a good job at getting worse at chess. You lost too many friends by being this insanely good. Okay, yeah, I get you. Okay, so let's show what happens after king e8. How would we make a draw now as black? Well, of course we keep the rear of position, right? And now, this is important because once you failed to get the right construction, you can never go back. So this is already a draw. Now the ideal scenario would be for this king to be here, but there's no way, if black plays correctly, there's no way white gets the winning construction anymore. Oh, the command get bad has been added. Don't play, don't do puzzles, play a lot of bullets, play a lot of variants, do not analyze, play random move generator, violate basic principle of chess. That's a good one. Yeah. Thanks for adding in the command, Sakuho. I feel it's going to be helpful for new people coming in here. So, okay, white will try, of course, bishop f8 as usually. We can add more with time. Yeah, we could do a totally different new list of tips for that. Bishop f4. Yeah, we need to change diagonal. And after bishop b4, bishop has to go back here. And yeah, it would be nice to have the king here controlling some squares, but now it's impossible to control. We're only controlling one of the two squares of the short diagonal, so if we control the other, black will not be in Suxuan, although... Okay, we have two options here to consider, bishop c3 and bishop d2. So let's start with bishop c3, right? This is controlling this, and this is controlling this. Is black in Suxuan? No. Black can move the king. Where? That's important. Where? I would say here. Right? Probably the easiest. And yeah, our king can move, because the bishop is not attacked, as in the previous positions. So the bishop will keep the bishop there, and no problem. What if bishop d2? That's a nice attempt, right? A nice attempt to deviate, to distract our bishop. But of course we use the other square in the diagonal, and after bishop e3, same as before, we seem to be in Suxuan, but no, we just play king d6. So the bishop is not attacked. Oh, what is that? Is that a whale? Oh, it's a shark. Buddha shark. Nice. Yeah. And nothing to make progress here. Bishop d2, we just go back. Bishop c3, bishop h6. That shark needs to swim more. Yeah, I thought it was a whale. Okay, yeah, so when you are in the wrong side, I mean, when you're the winning side, when you're the strong side, and you have a pawn close to the edge of the board, like a bishop's pawn, or in the previous example, knight's pawn, you want the king in the other side, in the short diagonal side, to be able to win. So that's important. Okay. Next one. So we saw how to defend from the rear of the pawn, from the back. We will see now how to defend from the front. That shark needs to swim more. Don't sharks die if they stop swimming? I don't know. I don't know a lot about sharks. So here in this position, the easiest way to draw, it's black to play. It's black to play and draw, and the easiest way to draw is king d5, which is again counterintuitive. But if we know, and we know what we just saw in previous examples, we know we have to play king d5. It kills more creatures, I suppose. I know some of sharks. They are good friends with me. Oh, cool. I only know a few sharks. Yeah, I know Shark Kima, Shark Kill O'Neill. No, I'm just kidding. Hello, Hamarlo. So yeah, king d5 would have been... So we're following one game. by Kurajika versus Markland in Hastings 1971. And he played black played king d7 here. King d5 would have been the easiest way, because we will get the rear of the pawn. So the pawn cannot push here, right? So white will need to get a construction, something like this, and then slowly put the bishop there. But yeah, we're gonna have the ideal construction with the king in the back of the pawn. However, he played king d7. So let's see how this was still a draw. But now it's a tricky method. Defending in front of the pawn, it's not so easy. So let's see. Game continued, king g6. Okay, first of all, what is going to be the drawing method? How is it tricky? Well, it's tricky in the sense you need to know what you're doing. So the ideal would be to be here, but now that we don't have time to go there, the ideal is to get to g8. I mean, we're not going to be able to hold on e8 or f8. We need to get to g8. That's how it is tricky. And actually in the game, black failed to do it, because when he played king d7, he wasn't realizing he needs to get to g8. So let's say king g6 was played, and black played the correct move, king e8. Opposition. So it's still a draw, but the king needs to be in g8. Bishop f4 was played. It's important to note that bishop d6 doesn't really work. It's a nice attempt because you cut the king from going to g8. Bishop d6. The problem is, and to be able to push to f6, you're gonna need to use the bishop there, and then the king will be able to move to g8. So yeah, there's no way to stop the king to go to g8. However, after bishop f4 in the game, black played the blunder here. The blunder comes here. Now that I told you we need the king on g8, the next move is obvious. It's king f8. But in the game, this player, who was it, Markland, played bishop d4, saying, okay, I can still wait. But no, he couldn't wait, because now bishop h6. And now the king is not only cut, but also the bishop is going to get to g7. So you get both things, to cut the king from going to g8 and the construction to drive this bishop off. And this is lost now. I think he resigned here because I don't have more moves. Anyway, let's try to understand how to win here. It's not very complicated. Black can't do anything but wait, and the king is not ideal. As the bishop there, we change diagonal, and yeah, let's say we control f8 already. But the problem is, situation is so bad for the king now. Let's say we wait and check. We can't go to e7, right? So we go to d7, and now maybe here, maybe there's a better way, but I feel that has to be winning. Hey Joey, how are you? I'm sorry I didn't catch up your stream before. I had such a long day. King h7, yeah, might be it, because black is not in time. Good, nice. We're seeing here bishop and pawn versus bishop. Joe needs some massage. Do you need a massage, Joey? I'm good at it. I've been told to be good at it. Why you still angry, boy? Who's angry? Oh, because Nightbot is saying, you do need... Okay, just wait for it. You've been told by who? By everyone that has tried a massage from me. Yeah, there's a consensus. There's a consensus there that I do it good. Oomph. But I can't remember the last time I did a massage. Yeah, years. By Ben Feingold, nah. Okay, we're doing bishop and pawn versus bishop because that was the most voted topic on the Discord. We're getting to the... Well, we're in the middle, somewhere in the middle of the study. And we were... Pepe makes Ben go rar. There's a quote for that, I think. Or not. Maybe not. What? Aha, this is the one I wanted. So Pepe says rar and Feingold says rar. It's a small difference there. Okay. Okay, yeah, King h7 seems to work. Black is a tempo down to get the ideal position. So now, for example, after king here, bishop here, black changes diagonal. Show us the correct black defense. Black is lost in this position. Black should be lost. Yeah, we just go here, right? So bishop has to go here to be able to reach h6. Then we go out, and after this, I'm struggling to find the winning continuation because here we cannot go here. So we do this. This is winning. No, I just try to see the win because I have the game until bishop h6, and I think black resigned here because the king is cut, and as we've seen, this should be winning. But still, you need to be precise. And yeah, here I think bishop e3, not bishop d4. So let me promote this, promote variation. And yeah, this should be win. Bishop c3. Not so obvious. Yeah, it's not so obvious. That's why I'm not sure if the game ended here. Maybe it did. But yeah, bishop d4 was a huge blunder here. You need, when you, and what we need to to remember, we need to remember some golden rules. So if you defend in front of the pawn, you need your king here. You need your king in front of the opponent's king to be able to get more or less the same as you get when the pawn is in the king is in the rear. It's more or less the same. After king f8 and king g8, what you get is bishop and king. Well, this is different. This is different. I have, okay, now I remember. I have another chapter after this to show how to defend this, because it's not exactly the same having the king here than here. It's not exactly the same. So I think I have another chapter. Yeah, I have another chapter for that. So after king here, bishop check, and king here, the key point is that now any bishop trade will lead to a drawn endgame, king and pawn endgame. While with the king on e8, that wouldn't happen. So that's important. When you're defending in front, you want your king in front of the opponent's king to be able to trade bishops when it comes the time. So for example, the simplest, bishop g5, we lose a tempo. Bishop f6. Well, the line I have here is bishop f2, but already we can take here, right? Oh, no. What am I saying? This is lost. Ufta. Of course, bishop f2. I blundered there. That you know, right? We already showed this once. This, even if you win the position, this is lost. You know that, right? You should know that. This is lost no matter whose turn it is. So we can take there. We just change diagonal. And now bishop moves. We go to the other diagonal. Bishop f4. And what we want is the trade on g5, not on f6. Now this is a draw. You want white to be in a position to draw. Yeah, but you want it on g5. You want the trade on g5. The trade on f6 is losing for black. So we need to remember that, or know that. Actually, that you should know because it's a simpler endgame. This is losing. Even if black has the opposition, this is losing for black. The king is pushed out and this is losing. Yeah, king in the sixth rank, in front of the pawn is always winning, no matter whose turn it is. So important not to trade bishops in front of the pawn, but try to trade them when your opponent blocks on g5. And yeah, if white tries the trade on f6, we just move out. If white tries on g5, we trade. And other than that, white cannot make any progress. So this is a draw. Pepe doesn't accept my challenge. He's busy with his studies right now. I don't see any challenge, Castlebit. You're using the command challenge Pepe to any variant. Okay, let me edit that command. Edit com challenge. What does your shirt say? Oh. My shirt says ahorro energético, ahorro de energía, which means energy save. And there's this button or control that says activate, and this is like a battery. And this is the most important part. It says agile beers. This is from an event. Of developers, a developers event where, you know, we thought beer was important, so it had to be in the t-shirt. I love agile as well. Nice. Yeah, I've been member and are you Scrum Master? I've been a Scrum Master many times, many times. I'm a member and organizer of events for Agile Spain since 2008. So yeah, 10 years doing this. Anyway, that was frontal defense. And this is pretty much all you have to know about bishop and pawn versus bishop. So I have three examples here, and then we can move on to the next topic, which is knight versus pawn. Hey, okay, welcome. Beer power, yes, welcome. Okay, Let me do a quick summary because some of you are arriving now. I'm going to publish this study, but okay, the basic technique. Again, I'm going to do another quick summary now. To be able to win, we need to block that bishop that wants to be sacrificed for the pawn. I also love your blog, okay. I learned a lot of crazy house thanks to you. Okay, bishop g4. We need to... Bishop g4 is a way, but the best way is bishop f3. I don't even know why that's the main line. Let me promote this variation, make main line. Okay, bishop f3 is the easiest. I'm hitting it for the third time. I'm sorry, Castlebit. Yeah, this is the way to win. A defense, an easy defense, is to be behind the pawn, which is not the obvious. It's a bit counterintuitive, but being behind the pawn is the easiest way to draw. So this is a draw, because at some point we can achieve that. I don't know what's the main line, why that's the main line. And this, there's no way to make progress for white, because when we reach this, there's no way for white to block on c6, never a way to block on c6, so that's a draw. Now we've seen that whenever there's a short diagonal, when it's a pawn in the knights, it's a knight pawn or a bishop pawn, we have these short diagonals, 3 squares. There's a way to zugzwang to be able to win. So we've seen the way, which is basically when the defending side is forced to go to the short diagonal, we control all the squares in the diagonal, and black is in zugzwang. This is a win for white. And then we've seen the frontal defense method, which is putting the king in front, so that whenever a trade in front of the pawn is offered, we just move away. But whenever a trade is offered in the other square, we trade, and this is a drawn king and pawn endgame. So that's a draw when we need to achieve the king in front of the other king. Okay, so let's see just 3 more examples. This is from a study of Averbach. And what do you think? Is this a draw or a win? It's white to move. Let's see if someone learned something today. It's a win, says Joanna. It's a draw, says Castleby. Yeah, it's a draw. Okay, yeah, it was a 50-50 shot. Yeah, that's right. Good, fair point. Okay, well, first of all, we need to understand that, well, in the previous examples, maybe we didn't see a case like this, no? Well, we mentioned that whenever the bishop can sacrifice for the pawn, it's a draw. But we need to understand also that whenever the king can be in front of the pawn in a square of the opposite color to the bishops, it's already a draw as well. Hello, better time, next luck. So if the king arrives to d8, it's an immediate draw, because then black will just move the bishop forever and never trade it, and it's a draw, right? So the only winning attempt would be to cut the king to avoid that, right? Makes sense. But how do we make progress with the bishop on that diagonal? For example, bishop e3. And now, okay, Joey, have have a good hunting. Have a good hunting. See you later. Okay. Yeah, if we keep moving the bishop, we'll be keeping moving the bishop also, and if the bishop leaves, we just go to d8. So the only idea would be to move the king, right? So king e5 could be an idea. And now this is the key important moment, because I think there's only one way to make a draw here. Let me check on the database. Okay, no, there are more moves to make a draw, but one idea. Yeah. Killing vegetables in your fridge to feed you. No, I think she's gonna hunt outside, like like I miss vocabulary in English. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna show how to draw and how to lose. Yeah, let's try first to lose. How could you lose this? Well, you could just wait. For example, bishop d7, and then after king d5, of course the king is going to the other side. Like this, how she rose with a slingshot. Oh yeah, with a slingshot. Nice. What are you going to hunt? Rabbits? Don't do that, please. Now, way to lose would be to just wait like this and allow all the maneuver to white. For example, bishop d7, king d6. Fuxia put me in the mood for them. For what? For the rabbits? What? Roar. Oh, I need to see that clip. Well, of course, this position we sort of remember, right, from the first examples. This is the ideal position. If you remember the first example we saw, the standing position was this one. So the kings and the pawn are in the exact same squares. This is ideal for the winning side. So we cannot allow that. We cannot allow this to happen. So when white starts this maneuver, bishop d7 is still not losing. So what we can't do is just wait and wait and wait until white gets everything. So we have time, but at some point we don't have time to lose. And the ideal defense is to go to the rear of the pawn, as we know. So yeah, it might be counterintuitive, but the way to draw, the idea to draw, is to run with the king. Towards being in the rear of the pawn. So for example, if the king keeps the maneuver, we go here, here. I'm thinking whether we can go here. Probably we can, but maybe we don't need. Maybe we can just wait. And after this we go here. King chasing another king. Yeah, but it's so counterintuitive to go behind the pawn, right? But it's the easiest way to draw. Let's see another example. From the same position, this is the same position, right? And we did this, and our opponent did this, and then we tried king e5. Now we're going to try something different. Now we're going to try bishop g6 with the threat bishop f5, which seems devastating. Seems like a devastating threat. How do we draw here? Black has only one move to draw here. Can you find it? I'll grab some. I don't have coffee. I'll grab something. Be right back. One move to draw, guys. And I'm back. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna need to update my rating because now that the chess league is over, my rating changed, but still not official on the FIDE. So I'm gonna wait until the FIDE updates my rating, and then I'll need to update it there. Anyway, bishop c8. Bishop c8 is an interesting attempt, but it's losing. So let's see what happens after bishop c8. White wants to play bishop f5, so still bishop f5. Is it 21-40 now? No. No, I think it is. I'm gonna wait. I did my own calculations, so it might be wrong. But I think it's just 2080. I lost. Yeah. I started very badly the chess league. I lost 17 rating points in the first game. So in the end, I think I win 15. I win 15 in the overall league. Yeah, bishop c8, bishop f5, and this loses because, yeah. Well, there's an important point here. We know this endgame. We've seen it in our first endgame session. Even though the king is ahead of the, even though the pawn is ahead of the king, and black won the opposition, this is a lost position for black because king e5 regains the opposition thanks to e7 being not available for black. So this is winning for white. After king f8, king f6 winning the opposition. And this is winning. So that's important. So so yeah, bishop c8, bishop f5. So that loses. White is going to play bishop f5 no matter what. No matter what we do, white is going to play bishop f5. So we need to find construction so that after bishop f5 we're not losing. What do you think? Bishop c8 again. Bishop d7, yeah. Offline player or off-line player? Can't read. Bishop f1, then bishop b5. That's not good hash, because if bishop f1, just d7, and we're not in time. Bishop g2, d7 again. We cannot allow d7, but offline player was right. bishop d7. Bishop d7 is a draw because after bishop f5, instead of moving the bishop, now we play king e8. And as I mentioned, I think, in the beginning of this position, if the king reaches d8, it's an obvious draw because we're gonna keep the king there forever. Of course, white is not interested in trading bishops in this condition because this is of course a draw. So white would keep the bishops, but now this king will never move here from d8, and that's a draw. So important method. This one. And final example. Yes, you see, even knowing the methods, even knowing the two different ideas for the defending side, which is king in the rear or king in front and in opposition, and knowing the winning method when you have a short diagonal, like this example, by the way. Even knowing the methods, it's tricky. You need precision. Okay. So with a knight pawn, because there's a short diagonal, we need to be extra careful as the defender, because there's some Zugzwang possibilities, as we already saw. However, this position is a draw. Let's see some important lines here. So let's say black plays bishop f5, cutting our king, because again, this is like the previous example. If the king ever reaches the b8 square, it's immediately a draw. So bishop f5, cutting the king, and now we do as in the previous example, right? We move the bishop out, and now if bishop e6, threatening bishop d5. This is exactly as the previous example. We know bishop b7 has to be played, right? We just saw the same, some files to the right. Bishop here, so now after bishop d5, we're gonna play bishop c8. Now, it's important to note something I missed in the previous example. So I'm sorry, but let me go back to the previous example. After bishop f5, we played king e8, right? And that's a draw. No question about it. But now this is important to know, because sometimes we're the strong side and our opponent is not precise. There's another way to draw here, which is bishop c6. This is also a draw, because now we're gonna get to d8 unless the bishop goes back here to cut, and then we repeat, right? So bishop c6 is another way to draw here. However, in this last example, after bishop d5, we need to play king c8. It's the only the only move, because if bishop a6, now white wins. Now, how will white win here? What do you think? Of course, it's not cutting the king, because that would be repeating. White to play and win in this position. Bishop e5. Sorry, Castlebit. We have a light square bishops. We have light square bishops. Oh, Jay! Wow, 5 months in a row. Oh man. Hello, Jay. Thanks, man. 5 months in a row. Thank you for your support. Thanks for the subscription, man. You have access to perks. I keep telling you this. Got all of the clap. I think I have something like more info. Yeah. Bishop e6. Ah, okay. Bishop e6. Yeah, but bishop e6 just repeats. Right? We go back. We repeat. We come from there. We come from there. Bishop d5, bishop a6 is the blunder. And now bishop e6, we're just repeating. Bishop c6 maybe, says offline player. Well, bishop c6, I assume we go here and then here, and that's a draw. Bishop a8, the same. We go here and then here. King c5. King c5 is an interesting attempt, but I think we go here and then here. Yeah, whenever our king reaches b8, it should be a draw. Okay, so it's not bishop e6, it's not bishop c6, not bishop a8, not king c5. Bishop c4, exactly, offline player. Bishop c4, definitely a move that prevents king c8. Bishop c4, okay. Nice shot, yeah. Now, there's only, well, I was going to say one move. There's two moves for black, right? Black needs to move the bishop, and black needs to keep it in the short diagonal. What would be the easiest now? Let's see first. I think bishop e7 is the more natural. What was bishop e6 refutation? We move the king, OJ. Bishop e6. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah. We wait. We wait, OJ, because we come from there. I mean, it's not that what we were trying to say is in the starting position after bishop here, king c8 is the only move to draw. And we were discussing what happens after the blunder bishop a6. And now if bishop e6, yeah, bishop back to b7, and black is again in the right track. But after bishop a6 blunder, double question mark, then bishop c4 happens. And now either bishop b7 or bishop c8. I think bishop b7 is the more natural, so let's have a look at bishop c8 first. Bishop c8 seems unnatural because our king wanted to go there. So of course king c6. And now, yeah, we need to keep the bishop on this diagonal, but at the same time we don't want to leave because king c7. So yeah, this is terrible for black. However, black has a trick here. Black can try this, bishop h3. And you might say, okay, now the bishop left the diagonal, what's the deal? We can just promote. No, there's a trick. We cannot play b7 because of this check. Aha. And the bishop will sacrifice for the pawn. So gotta be careful with that. And of course not bishop d5 because then the king is in time. So b7 is not possible. Here the winning move for white is king b7, rawr. And we're gonna get king h7 and then the usual maneuver of the bishop to b7. For example, bishop g2 check, king a7, we wait, bishop a6, bishop a4, bishop here, Bishop moves, we keep the diagonal, and yeah, game over. Bishop c8. We just change diagonal. Or king b8. No, king b8 is too much. Now king e7 only move, right? Because king here we check. So if we move the bishop, he promotes. So king here only move, then bishop a6, and resignation, right? And that was bishop c8. Bishop b7 is more or less the same. Bishop b7. No, it's not more or less the same, actually. p7h, thanks for the follow. How do we win here? Hey, Bush, thank you. Okay, the bishop is back to b7, so if we repeat bishop back to d5, black will have time to go to the right track, to the right drawing track, king c8, right? Bishop d5, king c8, draw. So we need to keep the king cut. So now we go to e6. And you may say, well, wait, what's the difference now? We go back, we repeat to a6, right? Nope. Hey, John John. And this is going to be similar. Maybe what can be a trick is if he keeps this diagonal, but again, the bishop wants to be here so that when we play this, he has king c8. So any other move in this diagonal, we play bishop d5. Because it was black to move in the second position. Yeah, exactly, Jacqui. So now if he moves in this diagonal, no matter where he goes, we go bishop d5, and that's winning. So bishop a6 is the only move that makes sense, then king c6. And black is in Suxman, right? Black can try king e7. I think it's the only logical attempt now. Well, again, there's the trick. Again, there's the trick. Good to know the trick, although it doesn't work. Bishop e2. And again, b7 is not possible because of bishop check. So same trick. But again, king b7 is winning. Bishop check, king here. We wait. He maneuvers. We wait, goes there. We wait, goes here. We change diagonal. Bishop f5, or yeah, bishop f5, let's say. He keeps there. We need to go here. And now this is coming. And this is, yeah, the same winning method we already saw. I think we covered all the lines, I think. Yeah, we tried that. The only attempt would be like to move the king. But then, again, we've seen something similar. Bishop c4. Bishop has to keep the diagonal, but then king c7. Yeah. So, so we saw the ideas. I think they're more or less pretty clear in these examples. Maybe not in the last three, but in the examples where we're showing the specific themes, it's clear how to draw from the back of the pawn, how to draw in front of the pawn, how to win when we can use the short diagonals, but still they're always tricky, so you have to be very precise. I'm gonna share this study with you. Let me make it public. So invite only, no. Allow cloning, yeah, I don't mind. Computer analysis, I don't think we need computer analysis because I'm gonna have to draw in front quick example Okay, yeah, I'll show that now. So opening Explorer, I'm gonna put opening Explorer, not computer analysis, because that way you have the table base, which I think for this case it's better than computer analysis. Chat, okay. I don't think you need to sync. That should be good enough. Public. Save. And quick example of frontal defense. Yeah, this one. So how to draw in front? We need the king in front of the king. That's important because that's the way how trading bishops will lead to a drawn endgame. So when we cannot get in time to the back of the pawn, we need our king in front of the opponent's king. So in this case, king f8, the only way. After this. And now whenever they try a trade in front of the pawn, we avoid, because that would be losing. Now change diagonal, we change diagonal, and whenever he tries the trade not in front of the pawn, then we trade, because then this is a draw. So that's the way to draw in front. Okay. Oh, thank you, Castlebit, for the challenge, but we're gonna keep seeing endgames. Okay, now I should be able to share this with you, so I'm gonna add study. How is this? King and bishop plus pawn. Well, actually the title of the wait a second, the title of the study I'm gonna use. Copy, paste. All right, successfully added. Entry 24. Nice. Okay, so you can access the study there. I think I have added some lines during the stream. I might clean them up a bit, but it's more or less fine. Okay, and now I'm gonna do a very quick break. I'm gonna prepare more coffee, I think, and I'll be back for the next topic, which is knight versus pawn. Knight versus pawn, which I'm gonna find in my studies too. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give you a puzzle to do while I'm out. Now I need to find the position. Give me a second. What does Nightbot edit? Oh, I created that list. Yeah. So I have a list of studies. It's the same technology as the quotes. It's the same technology as the quote command. I just created the command study, add study. Okay, I'm gonna give you a tactic. I'm gonna be out like 2 or 3 minutes. So I'll let you, maybe some of you already know this because I think I showed this game. This is a game from last year's chess league, a game of me, and it's black to play and win. Hi Pep, a small remark. Is it possible to save the study when you're on the first chapter? It looks nicer to people when opening the study. Now it starts at the end. I didn't know that. I didn't know that pushed because it shouldn't happen. I'm linking to the study. It shouldn't happen that it opens at the end. I mean, I can link directly to the first. So, okay, I can do that. Give me a second. Give me a second. I can link to the first chapter instead of to the study. Oh, maybe it opens in the last one because I'm in the last one. But I specifically said not to sync. Anyway, let me try this. Share and export. Study URL, current chapter URL. Start at initial position also. So I might be able to do this. Edit comp. Oh no, I need to add it again. Oof, that's gonna be tough. So del study bishop. I hope this works. Yes. And now add study. Yeah, it seems like a bug to me, but still we can use the technology of leeches to make it work anyway, despite the bug. So this is a workaround where study bishop, where if you click there, you should be redirected. You should be directed here to the first chapter and in the initial position, probably, probably. Okay, I think it works. So I'm gonna try and remember that for the next one. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Nice. Okay, and now I'm gonna be 2 minutes out preparing coffee. And in the meantime, I dare you to solve this puzzle. It's black to move and win. I'll be right back. So you don't start in the rear of the pawn. Yeah, nice. Hey ho. Yeah, coffee is preparing. I might have to run when it starts boiling. Um, Grinder noise. Yeah, I was. Oh, how do you say this in English? Huh. When you have the coffee in grains and it's not smashing. But it's like smashing. Grinding. Oh, it is grinding. Okay. Okay. Yeah, exactly, OJ. Okay. Then I was grinding, crashing. Yeah, crashing. Rook to f3. Rook to f3. Grinding. Okay, cool. Yeah, rook to f3. Rook to f3 was the winning move. Oh, you got it, castle bit. Rook f3, king h2, rook g3 is winning. Exactly. That was how the game continued. Rook f3. What can be better than threatening a checkmating one, right? He can't take because it's checkmate. He can't check me. So, yeah, king h2 was the game, I think. Yeah, king h2, rook g3. And then he played rook g1. Takes, check, and checkmate. And that's how the game finished. He allowed me to deliver the checkmate. That was very kind. Okay, cool. Well done, Castlebit. Let's go back to our studies. So, next topic voted on the Discord was you're a good student. Nice. I think I've shown this one maybe the other day. Were you here? Okay, knight versus pawn. No, I think I've shown it to John. Not like Joanna who went for hunting. Well, Joanna is a good hunter. Okay, knight versus pawn is gonna be easy and fast, although I have 12 chapters for this one. Give me a second. Yeah, coffee is ready. Okay, knight versus pawn. Of course, the strong side, the strong side, even though the knight is more valuable than the pawn, of course, a pawn in the endgame wants to promote to a queen. So the stronger side would be, in general, the one with the pawn. It's not a difficult endgame. Usually, more simpler than the ones we were seeing now, like for example the bishop and pawn versus bishop. But it's not as easy as bishop versus pawn. I'm trying not to drink coffee after 10 p.m., but it's so hard because coffee is so delicious. Yeah, if the coffee beans are already ground crushed, then one method of brewing is to press the water through the grounds. French press. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I'm probably going to work a little after the stream, so I don't mind having coffee now. Ow! It's hot. Yeah, it's perfect. Water. I'm on fire. Okay. Should be sound for that. Yeah. I'm actually laughing. Okay, a protosimaki. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna study the several different cases where the knight. So the only question is, can the knight stop the pawn or not? That's the question, and we're gonna cover the different scenarios. So, first scenario is when the knight, when the pawn is in the central files. So all the files from C to F, C, D, E, or F. The knight will have, in general, no issues because the knight can use both sides of the pawn with no problems. Problem is when the pawn is in the edge of the board, so we're going to cover that in separate chapters. But yeah, when the pawn is a central pawn and the knight, this is the simplest case, this one, the knight can be in front of the pawn, then the knight stops the pawn. Then it's a draw, of course. So in this position, for example, the only move, obviously, is knight to d1, because our knight is attacked, but we cannot we cannot allow the promotion. So knight d1 only move. And in general, whenever you can put the knight in front of the pawn, that should be a draw, in general. As we will see, there are exceptions, especially with the edge of the board. Okay, now, what's the way to draw here after king c2? Well, there are actually two ways to draw. And it's interesting, the coffee is so hot, but I want to take it. Yeah, it's interesting when I had this endgame for the first time, I thought, okay, I do the check, no worries, no problem. Now if the king attacks the knight, I go back in front of the pawn. And yes, that's a drawing mechanism, no problem. If the king keeps here, we keep the knight there, we just move the king, no problem. So that's perfectly fine, knight e3 check is drawing, no problem whatsoever. However, a more general method that works in not only in this but also in other scenarios is what De La Villa calls lateral defense or lateral control. So instead of controlling from the rear of the pawn, we control from a lateral. And this is an interesting method to know because it works in some other scenarios where the other method does not work. So I basically shifted to using this method, and I think it's good. Ow! Oh, sorry. Hi. I'm gonna burn my my throat. Sorry. Actually, you know what? It's cough. It's water in the end. Feel the burn. Yeah. What an inexperienced coffee drinker. Yeah, I'm totally inexperienced with this. Hey, Fuxia. Okay, so yeah, if we go to f2, this also draws, but this is even easier to draw because now we're controlling those squares, so black has basically no way to make any progress. It will take ages to attack our knight again, and when it does, we can just move back to d1 and then to the other side of the pawn. So yeah, for example, king here, we approach with the king, and then we go to the other side. And again, no way to make progress for the strong side. So yeah, whenever you have a knight that can step in front of the pawn, it should be a draw. Especially in a central pawn, C, D, E, or F pawn. So no problem here. Let's see another example, and this is this is an example. This is a C pawn, so shouldn't be a problem anyway. But for example, this is one of those cases where we need C3 gives a fork. What? This is one of those cases where we need from the rear. You mean in the previous example or in this one? This one is an example where we need to use the lateral control. This one is an example where the rear doesn't work. But I'm not sure, maybe you were referring to the previous one, probably. However, let's see how, for example, this in this position, trying to decipher the chat. Yeah, I try to do that every time. Yeah, in this position, the common method that I explained, the previous one. Okay, this is pointless, don't you know that? Okay, the lateral control works here. Because, of course, if king d1, we just go to the other side of the pawn, no problem there. And if king d2, now this is an important moment, we cannot put the knight in front of the pawn, but we need to move the knight. So now, of course, we need to go for the fork, knight d4. And there's no way to make progress for black, because our next move is probably going to be knight b3 anyway. And the only way to stop it, king here, allows us to repeat with knight e2 check, and should be a draw. Yeah. So in this position, we couldn't put the knight in front of the pawn, but still with the lateral control we save the situation. However, knight d3 wouldn't win. But I have a separate chapter for that, the next one. Same position, knight d3, double question mark. And this does not draw. So, how does black win here? Well, there are two ways, there are three legal moves, and two of them win for black. Both king d1 and king d2 win. But I think the simplest is king d2 because it attacks the knight. And now the knight needs to move. And, well, same situation as before. We cannot jump in front of the pawn, but we need to move the knight. So we need the fork on b3. It's the only way. So, knight c5, right? Perfect. Are we drawing? Nope. We're losing. King c3. Ouch. No way to stop promotion now. I mean, we can throw a check, but nothing more. Yeah. So we need to be careful. Defending from the side works. Sometimes defending from the rear works, but not always. If the white king is on h1, can you still draw using the lateral defense? Yes. Yes. The king doesn't matter. I can put it on h8 even. Let's create a new position, add a new chapter. I'm gonna call it chapter 13 because I think I'm gonna remove it later. White to play. And the king doesn't really matter for this. The knight is enough to draw. Knight e2 check, king d2, knight d4 with the threat of the fork. And yeah, there's no way to make progress. If king here, just knight b3. If king here, back to e2. If black at some point allows us to go in front of the pawn, we go in front of the pawn, and we use the lateral defense. And yeah, only when black doesn't threaten our knight, we can get our king close, but we don't really need the king to draw. So yes, lateral defense, the knight is enough. But the pawn queens with a check preventing the fork. King on h1, not h8. Ah! Okay, I get your point. Yeah, you're right. I get your point that we don't have 94. Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, with the king on h1 we have that exception, and it would be losing, yeah. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were asking if the king had any wow, gold player gifted us soup to fuchsia. Whoa. What? Thank you, man. That's so nice of you. Nice. Okay, let me put the position, because that's interesting that you suggest that. Yeah, in this position we cannot draw. We cannot draw because the only way is 92 check, and after this there's no way we get this fork because he promotes with check, and yeah, of course this is losing. Oh, so nice, cold player. Thank you very much. And fuchsia, welcome to the subs side. You have access to birds now that you're a sub. One of those delicious warning messages on my profile. What? What warning message? What delicious warning message? Okay, let's move on. Let's see another example. So, we've seen how a knight can stop a pawn even on the 7th rank when the knight can be in front of the pawn or do this lateral control defense when the pawns are C, D, E, or F. Now, what happens with a knight pawn like this case? Knight pawn has definitely winning chances. In this case, for example, it wins. In this case, we have black to move. That's important. White to move would be an immediate draw, of course. Nishoki, thanks for the follow. Cold player, thank you very much for the gift to fuchsia. That's kind. So it's black to move, and of course the only move that makes sense is b2. And this position is exactly like the previous one, just a file to the left. And that's enough for black to win, because now there's no way we can jump with the knight to the other side of the pawn. So now black will allow the knight kindly to go to the other side, but because there's no square to the left of a2. So after the obvious knight e2 check, now black, instead of playing king c2, plays king c1. And now the usual method for white would be to check on b3 and go here to the left of a2. What's it? Yeah. And there's no square there, so there's no way to draw here. Maybe 3 check king d1 and unstoppable. That's unfortunate. Now, what happens if the knight can really go in front of the pawn? Hey, bushed, you have to go. Okay, good night. Yeah, no worries, thank you. Thanks for being there, Bush. I appreciate you being there. Have a great night. So, knight pawn is a problem for the knight. Who would say that? But it's not always lost. This is one of those cases that where the general rule applies, that if we can get our knight in front of the pawn, it is a draw. And for example, in this case, we get the knight. And now we're not going to be able to do lateral control, of course, from both sides of the pawn. But rear, from the rear is going to be enough in this case. Check here, and because we got our knight in front of the pawn, there's no way for black to win. Alrighty. That's about the king's pawn, the knight's pawn, sorry. So we've seen center pawns, C, D, E, F. We've seen knight pawn. And now what happens with the rook pawn? Well, with the rook pawn, and I think I've shown this already in a previous Endgames stream, the circuit of the knight to defend against the rook pawn. Rook pawn, we're going to consider two different cases, pawn on the 6th rank, pawn on the 7th rank. So when the pawn is on the 6th rank, we have this circuit shown in blue here. And yeah, as usual, everything changes with rook's pawns because the edge of the board is especially dangerous for the knight, which will be limited in the jumps it can do. And the drawing method consists in entering this circuit of 4 squares. It's easy to remember. It's a perfect square formed by knight jumps, and one of the squares, one corner, is the square in front of the pawn. So not so complicated to remember. The thing is, if we ever enter this circuit, then it's a draw. There's no way for black to push us out of the circuit. So that suggests that the drawing move here for white, it's white to move and draw, is the check on g4 and not the check on f3. So knight g4 check, and once in the circuit, whenever our knight is attacked, we follow the direction in the circuit where the knight goes to a safe square. It's easy. It's easy to remember. We just need to remember this circuit, these 4 squares. So for example, if king g3 happens, we don't go to h2, of course, we go to e3. And now, here's the thing. If he pushes the pawn, we have a fork on f1, so he has to move the king. But if the king attacks our pawn, or knight, sorry, he will give us access to either g4 or f1, where we will control h2 again. So there's no way for black, to make progress whenever we enter the circuit. For example, here we have to go to f1, and let's say king here, we have to go to h2, etc. And there's no way to prevent us from stopping the pawn. What happens if we enter the wrong circuit? Well, then we lose. Simple as that. If we check on f3, ideally if our opponent has the knight and enters the wrong circuit, then after we attack the knight, in this case g2 or g3 gives him the extra option of knight d2 entering the right circuit, so king g2 is more precise. And yeah, white, the knight has to move, but wants to control h2, that there's no fork to the king on h2, so no way to. I mean, he can do a check, but after the check, at some point there's no more checks. He can try the other check, but again, king g3 and no more checks, and we're going to promote. So now we know how to draw and how to lose. Good. That's with the rook pawn in the 6th rank. What happens with the rook's pawn in the 7th rank? Okay, that's not ideal, right, for the knight. However, if the king is away from the pawn, if the king is still not helping the pawn, there's a lot of chances for the knight to stop the pawn. So we'll see some examples. In this case, the pawn will reach the 7th rank. Next move. It's still white to move here, but the pawn will make to the 7th rank. There's no way to avoid it. And we cannot enter the right circuit before that happens. If we could play knight g4 here, it would be a draw. But it would be a draw by the method we know of the circuit of the knight. But in this case, we don't have time. However, this is still a draw, even though our king is in the worst square possible. And this is important. We will need our king to make the draw. But no matter where the king starts, we're going to be in time. So this is an important method to remember. This is called the barrier. Barrier. I don't know how to pronounce that. Barrier, I would say. Barrier, maybe barrier. It's like a wall, when you create a wall so people don't enter. And we do it with knight g3, basically. Which, on the other hand, is not so hard to remember. It's one of the squares that controls the promotion square. There's two squares for that, knight f2 also, a different one. But from this barrier, yeah, that's firing squadron. I mean, it's written like that. I don't know if I'm spelling it right. Pronouncing it right, sorry. Yeah, in this case, because we started on f5, it was the only move that made sense. The thing is, after h2, now the knight is already creating a barrier. So we just move the king. Beer rear. It's tough for me. Barrier. Barrier. Google Translate does read it out loud. Good, yeah, good advice. But I trust OJ. Barrier. Okay, Google. Barrier. It understood my word. It understood what I said. It just doesn't know what do I want with that word. I need to open Translate instead. Translate. Your primary language, English, language that you translate most often, Spanish. Okay. English to Spanish. No, but now I need, yeah. 1 second, guys. Barrera.
barrier, barrier,
Barrier.
barrier,
Barrier. Okay, I trust you. Barrier. So we have this barrier here. As you can see, the red squares, of course, are not legal to put the king, and the blue squares would fall to a fork on f1. So basically the knight is controlling all those 4 squares. It's creating that barrier, and also at the same time controlling the promotion square. That gives our king time enough to reach in time. Because the king is needed. Let's remember this. We cannot just fall asleep. It's like listening to BBC. Okay. Yeah, so our king needs to come. And good news is, even when we start on a8, we have time. But still, we need to use the time to get with our king. So now, for black cannot enter those squares without losing the pawn. So black needs to go around that barrier, one side or the other. I mean, I would try king d4. King c2, it takes the same time, but I would try king d4 because that opposes the king march, right? So, but both of them lead to the same situation, basically. So let's try that one. King d4, king c6, of course, king e5, king c5, and now after king f4, this is not about the barrier anymore. The coolest thing is Google Translate is speaking slower if you listen to it twice. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. No.
barrier, 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 barrier,
It's not doing it slowly.
barrier,
Maybe it's with a sentence instead of a word, or maybe it's not in the app but in the web. I don't know. Okay, and this position is not about the barrier anymore. This is about, you can just say wall. That's right, firing squadron, thank you. Okay, this position is not about the wall anymore. This is about maybe a web-only feature, yeah. Okay, this is about giving up the knight in style. Okay, there's not a lot of options for white here. There's only one move that draws, and it's the obvious, the only one that doesn't lose immediately, which is knight h1, exclam. And now we're gonna have, after king f3, this very well-known scenario where we stalemate the stronger king, and this is a draw. Just in time. Just in time. This is why we need to come with the king. We cannot just wait. Important ending to know. Now, there's a different barrier or wall. So let's start in this position. Now, black is in check, and black has arrived to the 7th rank. So the knight will go to g3 or f2. It's important to know where to do the barrier, where to do the wall, because it might be the difference between drawing or not. And in this case, black can try different things. Black can try king d4, black can try king c2, black can try king d3. Okay, against king c2 or king d3, we're going to do the normal barrier, knight g3, and again, we're going to draw the same way we've seen in the previous position. Against king c2, we're going to do the same barrier, and we're going to draw in the same style. But king d4 is the trickiest. King d4 is the trickiest. Now, knight g3 would be a blunder. So we create this barrier, but now this king is very close. So the barrier was great with the king here or here or here, but it's not with the king on d4. With the king on d4, it's not working, as we can see. King e5 seems normal, right? King here, knight h1, king f3, and our king is too far away. We don't reach in time. King d5, king g2, oopsie, no. So, so this is important to realize. Even though the method seems simple, we need to be careful. Sometimes, in this case, for example, the barrier does not work. However, we still have another barrier that we can create, another wall, which is, instead of knight g3, knight f2. And we're creating the same L-shape barrier, but one rank above. So now, again, the red squares are not available legally, and the blue squares fall into a fork on g4. So this way, now for the black king, it's going to take longer to go around the barrier. And this is the way to draw in this case. Just in time. So now king c3 would make sense, because now going up doesn't make any sense because the king is already here. If the king goes up, we just block it. So king c3 is what makes sense, right? Let's see that line. King c3. We're gonna do the same with our king to go, well, maybe not here, but here. But yeah, we're definitely in time. King d2, king e5, king e2, and again, the moment the knight is attacked, we hide. And again, it's no longer about the wall anymore. It's about getting this stalemate. So, this is pretty much everything about knight stopping pawn. If we can get in front of the pawn, in general, we get to draw. We need to use lateral control against central pawns on C, D, E, and F. A knight pawn is annoying for the knight. This is a losing example where the knight lacks important squares. Rook pawn, we have the circuit of the knight if the pawn is on the 6th rank, and if the pawn is on the 7th, we need to create the barrier. Let's show two more exceptions. 1 second, I'm gonna delete the extra chapters we just added. Two exceptional cases that you probably already know. One of them is this one, very well known puzzle, when the knight wins, actually. So we were seeing examples where the pawn is the strong side, of course, but there's this exception where the knight wins. I've never seen this in a real game, but yeah, I don't know. It can happen, right? You need some cooperation, of course, to get this, but you never know. A blind desire of winning could lead the strong side to trap his own king in front of the pawn and get to a position like this, where white wins by playing knight c1, and now only legal move a2, knight b3, checkmate. That would be so unfortunate. But yeah, there's theoretically the possibility for the knight to checkmate against a pawn. So as the winning or strong side, you need to be careful not to fall for this. And last but not least, let's talk about the dump square, the knight's dump square. The squares b2, b7, g2, g7 are the worst, the worst squares for the knight. And in this case, for example, we have exceptional case where if there was no knight, the position would be a draw, because the king is not helping the pawn. Black's king is close enough to the pawn to stop it, to stop the promotion if there was no knight. But because the knight is on b7, this is a win for white. Since after a6, of course, if we move the knight cannot stop the pawn promotion, so the only way is to try to get the king closer, but now a7. And the knight is so stupidly blocking the king that this is a win for white. So okay, those two exceptions are funny, let's say. And that's about it with the knight versus pawn. I should probably add some exercises, although it's basically what we saw. There's no more cases, to be honest. So let me share this study with you also. I think the study is complete. Yeah. No sync. Low cloning, yeah. Public, knight versus pawn. Save. And I'm gonna share the first chapter, initial position. Although initial position, first chapter I never put moves, so okay, never mind. Add study, knight versus pawn. There you have it. Yay. Okay. And okay, this was it about the knight versus pawn endgame. The third topic that was voted was rook versus pawn. And I created a study for that, but I'm not sure if we're gonna have time. It's a bit late. It's a bit late. Maybe I don't work after stream. Okay. Oh, thanks, Fuxia. Okay, let's start with it. Let me start with it. Why not? Learn studies. Rook versus pawn. So some piece versus pawn. We have the easiest, bishop versus pawn. I didn't even create a study for that. I mean, bishop versus pawn, it's either the bishop can be sacrificed or not, which, I mean, if the pawn it's 99% of the times it's a draw, like the bishop can be sacrificed. There's only, maybe I should create a study on that. But okay, that's the easiest, bishop versus pawn. Knight versus pawn, okay, we saw these tricks. Queen versus pawn. You're writing go to as one word. I know where you're coming from. Where did I write go to? Where did I write go to? Sorry. In the study? Chapter 2, okay. That was probably a misspelling. But yeah, my programming mother tongue basic. Yeah, I put go to. That's right. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's write proper English. You're right. Okay, fixed. Thank you. Rook versus pawn. Yeah, thank you, OJ. Print kappa all the time. Once I found an else if in one of my studies. Ooh. Cool. Okay, so let's start with rook versus pawn. Rook versus pawn is the trickiest, I think. No one noticed. Rooks are always the trickiest. All endings involving rooks are the trickiest. But rook versus pawn is very important because it's in practice rook and pawn endgames are the most common. So sometimes from a rook versus rook with pawns ending, it can happen that one rook has to be sacrificed to stop a passed pawn, and then you have rook versus pawns or rook versus pawn like this, like what we're going to study now. So it happens often. I had a lot of them. And yes, with any ending involving rooks, there are many subtleties. So let's go there. We're gonna see a lot of subtleties, and I'm not sure if we're gonna have time, but okay, let's start. So first thing we should know, we're gonna see a series of methods or techniques. Not a lot of them, but and yeah, the difficult task is to know when to use one, when to use the other, because we need to understand the subtleties. But let's start with a simple example. This is a simple example. This situation is ideal for the strong side. Of course, the strong side is the one with the rook. It's very uncommon that a pawn wins against a rook, although it can happen. I didn't add those examples to the study yet, but I will. But usually the rook is the strong side. There's an excellent video series on rook endgames, unfortunately in German only. Oh, thanks for sharing that, Fuxia. It's in German only, but okay, I think good thing. I mean, the good thing about chess is it's very specific. So, to be honest, I've seen videos in German of chess. I mean, chess videos in German and videos in Russian too. And I mean, if you know the name of the pieces and you know the numbers from 1 to 8, it's usually useful. So thanks for sharing. I will have a look at that. Let me copy the link. All right. Thanks for sharing. I like a lot the lessons by Ben Feingold and Yasser on rook and pawn endgames, but they usually cover practical endgames, which is something I'll try to cover too. But yeah, for now let's stick to the simplest theoretical endgames. True, I watched Pepe Cuenca's Blumenfeld videos in Spanish and kind of worked. Yeah, I mean, it's well, and Pepe Cuenca speaks too fast, so that should be one of the toughest. But yeah, if you're also seeing the board and you are seeing the moves, even if you don't get all the words, sometimes if you have a person who speaks with their body, like, you know, with clear body language, like Pepe Cuenca, then even if you don't understand all the words, you understand what he's trying to say. Okay, so this is first example. I titled this chapter "Counting." It's the counting method. So when no other circumstance applies, and that's a big statement, the most basic technique is to just count tempi. How many tempi does black need to promote, which is 5 in this case, because you always need the help of the king to promote. And how many tempi does white need to stop promotion, which is 5 in this case too, as shown by the arrows. 5 versus 5. So this is, we can simply diagnose this position as if it's white to move, white wins. If it's black to move, black draws, because black will promote in time, or if it's white to move, white will stop the promotion in time. So simple counting. The problem is, in many situations you cannot just count, because there are some subtleties and techniques to know. In general, the rook will have more resources. So in general, unless the pawn is too close to promoting, the rook has the edge. And there are a couple of resources to win even in positions that doesn't seem like winning. So we're going to cover that. Okay, in this case, yeah, there's nothing more to say that this is winning for white, because it's white to move and win. So of course we play king g5, and yeah, we're in time, which we could have seen. Well, rook c8 is required here. Yeah, but just by counting, we could foresee this position, right? Just by counting here. Okay, now it's important that we started moving the king and not the rook, and I have a separate chapter for that. What if we know this position is winning for white, and we need to do the 5 moves in green arrows to win. But why did we start with the king? Is there a problem if we start with the rook? Yes, it is. And this is important to know. If we start with the rook, which is a mistake, then black draws. Black draws by using a technique which is trying to cut our king. So black plays the counterintuitive king c3, x-clown, and now black's king goes to the other side of the pawn, and that will stop our king from getting in time. So after, for example, king d5, king d3, and now black is basically 4 moves away from promoting, and white is a million moves away from getting to b2 with the king. So black gets to draw here, because we started with the rook, not with the king. Failure. Okay, so an important rule that we should remember is these endgames are usually a race between the kings. So unless necessary, we don't move the rook. We always start with the king. So king g5, not rook c8. The difference between winning or drawing can be just being a tempo down with the king. So in general, we start with the king. Once again, you forget to activate the studies chat. Wait, what? In the previous studies, in the ones I shared, okay, you can clone it if you want to discuss it with someone. I don't think the knight versus pawn. Yeah, but why would I give the chat there? Give me a good reason. I don't know. I mean, isn't this chat good enough for you? Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I know Fuxia never does. I mean, I do sometimes, But when I do classes, for example, when I teach lessons and I use to study, I see the chat can be useful because I talked with the student and that. Maybe if I'm covering a tournament and we're analyzing games, I like to have the chat, but the chat is a live, a real-time thing. Once the study is created and people can consume it later, I don't see the purpose of the chat, because I mean, if you're gonna use the chat to leave me feedback to improve the study, you better send me a message, because it's very unlikely I'm gonna go to the chat and watch if I'm not there in real time. Okay, so golden rule: rook only if necessary. Unless we are forced to move the rook for a specific reason, we go with the king first. This is a race between kings. Okay, I have I don't know how to pronounce the name of this world champion, Max Iwe, or how Dutch people pronounce it, Owe, or I don't know. Ewe determined that white draws if the king is on one of the red squares there, and wins in any other case. And he made studies from this position, from different positions, and he has the squares marked. And of course, you could study like that, but I think it's useless. In this position, the count still works, because despite being the kings in the same file, this king cannot really prevent us from going to this side. So the count applies here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the rook is already controlling that, so we need 5. Black needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So again, if white moves, white wins, and that's it. That's what happens in this situation. White wins after king e6, e3, king d5, winning time e2, king d4, king f3, king here, king here, and white wins. Simple enough. But yeah, this is one case where counting still works, but not always. So next example. Okay, this is another important technique that I think this is probably the most well-known technique of rook versus pawn, which is cutting the king. When the king is too behind, when the king is too far away from helping to the promotion, we used the method of cutting the king. The king will never help the pawn promote. Therefore, black can never draw this position. So yeah, if black does nothing, we're gonna go with our king, simply. And if black pushes the pawn, then the pawn is lost because the king is too far away from it. So yeah, that's simple. So cutting the king, important technique to know. In this case, even when our king is really far, because the other king is far from helping to promote, we can just cut it, and if this works, it's game over, as in this position. Okay, next scenario. This is an important one. Being the strong king behind the pawn. The strong king, again, is the king with the rook, and we're behind the pawn. Not ideal situation. Kudo! What the heck? Man, 9 months in a row. 9. What the fork? We need to create more perks for you. About to have the baby. What? Ah, because of the 9 months. Okay. Okay. Suddenly I was thinking you were going to be a daddy. Okay. 9 months. Thanks, Kuro. I appreciate all the support. But I need you to create a new perk for you. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what to do with you. Okay. So, this position. Our king is not ideal here because we're in the rear of the pawn. Just came back from an H and B session. H and B. Hand and brain. Oh, cool. With whom? Okay, so the king is not ideal, right? It's gonna take a while to outflank here. Ah, Jason. Okay, cool. So if we use the counting method, here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, Jim. 6. 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oopsie. Uh-oh. It seems outflanking will not help us in this case. And yeah, it does not help. So if we try that, we're gonna draw. For example, we go here, here. Now we need to do this or that. Doesn't matter really. Here, and oh no, we're not in time. This is a draw. So counting works. Yeah, counting worked here. The problem is the method does not help us to win. Now there's a second method we can use here to win, to try and win. That doesn't win in this case. And it doesn't win because the pawn is on the 5th rank already. But it's important to know for both sides because it's not obvious immediately. So the method is the next. We can check us here. We can check the king here. And you know how to draw this with white. Yeah. No, I mean we should know how to draw with black, and we should know how to try and win with white. I have only 2 talents, counting. Nice one, Fuxia. Okay, so yeah, what we did there is just, okay, check, we push the king, and now we threaten the pawn, so the pawn has to push, and hey, we're just pushing the king towards the edge of the board. We might checkmate him, right? Check. Here comes the checkmate. Come on. Come on. Here comes the checkmate. Now, this is not winning because black has only one move to draw, which you already see, I guess. We need to promote to a knight, and the promotion saves the day here. And yeah, this is a draw. We all should know how to draw this, right? This is a draw, and we all know how to draw with knight versus rook, right? We've seen that. We've seen that in the past. No, lol. Okay, the only thing to remember is we need to keep these guys close to each other. It just comes naturally. What? Okay. Yeah, so for example here we cannot step into checkmate, we cannot lose the knight, so there's only one move, right? This is simple. Topalov lost this against Dean Liren. Okay. And whenever we have the chance to escape with the knight, what do? We don't do that. We keep them together. and there's no problem. We keep them together, there's no problem, no way to make progress. They force us to separate them. It's all right. The next occasion we have, if the rook moves here, we go back together. If they keep us like this, well, we can't go here, then we need to move the knight. I mean, it's simple. You mostly have only one move every time, so it's what is important is not to be scared. It's to know that it is a draw. Once you know it is a draw, over the board you will have one move every time. That makes sense. So not really a problem. But yeah, important resource to under promote to a knight, and that's a draw. So in the starting position, there's no way to win. This is a draw. If we keep pushing the king towards the edge of the board, under promotion will save the day. If we try to outflank, we're not in time. So this position is a draw. However, that's because the pawn is already on the 5th rank. If the pawn is on the 4th rank or less, this is winning now for white. But the method is outflanking. If we push the king towards the edge of the board, again under promotion will save the day. So now that we know that the way to win here is outflanking. So we want this. Because we want that. Hey, no wonder, thanks for the follow. I was doing that naturally, keeping the knight to the king close, and got checkmated. I was bullet. Okay. Yeah, in bullet, shit happens. Okay, this is one of those positions where the check is better than not doing it. So we have the golden rule. We only move the rook if we have a good reason to. Otherwise, it's a king raise. In this case, the good thing about moving the rook when it does a check, and we'll see more examples of this, is whenever you check, the opponent doesn't move the pawn. Cutting. Cutting, not sure if cutting works, because then you lose a tempo. I'm not sure cutting works. I think cutting might work. But I think it doesn't. But I'm not 100% sure. Okay, let's look at the line. So cutting the king, it's interesting. Of course, black will push the pawn. Another problem is we're in opposition, so we cannot outflank yet. And if we try to outflank, he will keep the opposition and maybe sneaking here. So I'm not sure cutting works. But instead the check. This is a good moment to do the check, because whenever we do a check, he's not moving the pawn. So if we don't check, the next move of black is going to be push the pawn, probably, or push the king, maybe. But another good reason here is we're in opposition, so by doing that check, we're going to gain this square for the king. So it's actually, I mean, we might think, oh, but we're helping the king. Always give a check, it could be made. No, well, in general in these endgames we have to be careful anytime we move the rook, because we might be losing an important tempo. But in this case, even though we're helping, more or less helping the king to go where he wants, we're actually helping our king too. And because the pawn is not yet on the 5th, we're in time to outflank. So in this case, rook h5 wins, because now we're in time. c4, king b5, c3, king b4, and yeah, now it's pretty clear we're in time. c2, we can't catch the pawn with the rook if it just moves, so cutting doesn't work. Yeah, also that. So if we try to cut, the king will keep in opposition, not to allow our king to go, and at some point he will move the pawn forward, and then our rook will not be able to stop it. Well, in this case there are two moves that make sense, rook h1 or rook c5. Both of them are enough to win. For example, rook c5, king b3, king b3, and of course we take the pawn in the next move. So importantly, here from the two methods, pushing the king or outflanking, the only one that helps is outflanking. But we start with the check to be able to have the path for our king. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna see two scenarios where our rook is in front of the pawn. So with a rook in front of the pawn, black has hope to draw for a couple of reasons. First of all, with the rook in front of the pawn, black will gain a tempo at some point when a rook gets attacked. And on the other hand, the king is in the same side. In this case, the king is in the same side of the pawn that our king, so it will prevent our king to get close to the pawn. So in general, these two factors should be good for black, but in this case still white wins by using a technique that Jesus de la Villa calls shoulder charging. Rook versus pawn. Shoulder charging, yeah. Shoulder charging. Shouldering, he also says. Shouldering is always an interesting resource, but it becomes critical when the stronger side's king is approaching from the side. Shouldering, yeah, shouldering or shoulder charging. And we're gonna see what does it mean. So here there are two moves. It's white to play and win. There are two moves that win. But the obvious one would be king to g4. And yeah, the idea is, okay, black was happy that we're in the same side of the pawn, so black will prevent our king from getting closer, but we're gonna use that against black. By creating this opposition, we're threatening rook e1 check, forcing the king either back, which is not ideal, or in front of the pawn, which is also not ideal. So yeah, that's a problem for black. And after the obvious king e3, we go king g3. And again, rook e1 is our threat. And there's no way black plays king e2 because it has to defend the pawn. So yeah, that's the win. That's the way to win. Also in the initial position, king h4 is winning because yeah, the idea is to go to g3 whenever the king goes to e3. So king h4 is also winning. But yeah, king g4, and after king e3, king g3. And yeah, rook e1 is virtually unstoppable now. Only move that makes sense to make progress, d3, rook e1 check, king d2, king f2, and white wins. So important technique when the king is on the same side as the other king. It doesn't really matter if the rook is in front. We could do the same with the rook on e8, really. But the technique is to create an opposition, a lateral opposition of the kings, to push the king in front of the pawn or behind it, which is also not helping. Now there's another technique which is called time gaining check. And so we have this golden rule that unless necessary, we move the king. We don't move the rook in general. Now, there's another golden rule to add to that, which is whenever the king, the opponent's king, is in the ideal situation to help promoting the pawn, we check. We check with the rook. And this is that case. This king is ideal here to support the promotion of the pawn. So rook g8 would not help here. It would not be in time to stop the pawn. And this king is ideal, so we check. And that allows us to win a tempo, because either the king blocks the pawn, which is winning a tempo in the future, or the king goes away from the pawn. Then whenever we play rook g8, the king has to go defend. If we play rook g8 in the initial position, the pawn can be pushed. If we play rook g8 here, right? So we do the check, and once the king goes out, we threaten the pawn. There's no g3 now. The king has to go back to defend. So we won an important tempo there. And now we do the shouldering again, king d3. And as I mentioned before, the rook doesn't need to be in front of the pawn, can be also in back to apply the shouldering technique. And yeah, this is this is lost. Check, king g2, king e2, and white wins. So important doing check in the exact moment. Now I have an example here, and this example is a combination of the two techniques, the time gaining check and the shouldering. White to move and win. What do you think, guys? White to move and win here. I'm gonna grab a bit more of coffee. I'll be right back. Anyone? Rook a2 check, says Jim. Yes. Yes. Must be rook a2. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The rule we should remember: whenever the king is in the ideal situation to support the pawn push, we check. So by checking, and then rook a8, exactly, okay, exactly, then rook a8. So by checking, we are forcing the king to a worst square. It might be king f1 or king f3, but yeah, to square where it's not as ideal. And now after king f3, we go rook a8, and now we apply the shouldering method. And then, for example, after e3, we check, king e2, king d2, and yeah, same technique, exactly, Jim. So this is interesting, because once you know the techniques, it's not that difficult, but all these endgames are very subtle, and sometimes you look at them. It happens to me. I look at them with table base, and I'm like, why is this the only move winning? Why is this? I like these rules, these simple rules to apply and to remember and apply. Like, okay, whenever the king is ideal, we check, and it works. And yeah, sometimes it doesn't work. Some tricky endgames, like the ones we saw. Oh, thanks for the follow. I cannot spell your name, sorry, but thanks for the follow. The endgames we were seeing of bishop and pawn versus bishop, many subtleties. This rook versus pawn, they have also some subtleties. So Um, the rules maybe don't apply 100% of the times, but at least they give you the hint to what to look at. So, okay, in this case it works. Rook a2 check is clearly winning. Jim Santaku, is that your real name? Hi. Okay. Now let's see a tricky example. Jim is your real name. Okay. This is a tricky example. And I don't have the moves for this. This is where I stopped creating the study. Santaku is your handle, okay. So you're Jim, and what I'm reading is Santaku. This is a study. This is a created position. Should look at it in the book. Here it is. This is Reti 1928. I'm going to put that on the study in a comment. Study from Reti 1928, sorry. It's white to move and win, and there are two winning moves. Of course, we need to move the rook. And don't look at that arrow, sorry. That's not winning. White to move and win, and there are two winning moves, but they're not obvious. Does anyone know this study? The first time I saw it, I didn't understand it. This looks hard. Nope. Okay, well, we have the king in a bad situation, of course, here. But good news is the pawn is still not on the fifth. So we know outflanking will probably be a way. If we remember, this is chapter 11, I'm going to go back to chapter 7. If we remember this, and the previous chapter this was a draw with both methods, pushing the king or outflanking. And chapter 7, this is a win by outflanking because the pawn still in the fourth, not on the fifth. Okay, so now back to this position, pawn still in the fourth. So, of course, we need to move the rook now. And we will try to outflank at some point, somehow. That's our hope to win. And there are three moves that make sense. There's one very logical, seems that every fourth move for rook is a draw, right? Every fourth move. Yeah, every move on the fourth, it's a draw. Rook e1 is the most natural move. I agree with Rad the Brown. Rook e1 is the most natural move. And, you know, what could be more natural than keeping control of the promotion square, right? So keeping the rook in front of the pawn makes sense. When I said there are three moves, oh, that's a raid. Hello, thanks for the raid, great man, and welcome everyone. Thank you. These puzzles usually have a move like king e8, and I never find it. Well, king e8 here would be not winning, not drawing, but even losing. Welcome, guys. Okay, yeah, rook e1 is the most natural move, but it does not win. And when I said there are three moves that make sense, I meant rook e1, rook e2, or rook e3. I mean, keeping the rook in front of the pawn to keep the promotion square under control. So let's see how rook e1 does not win, and then we will understand probably the solution. What can be wrong about rook e1? Well, now after e4, this is a Suxwan. This is a mutual Suxwan. we're white, it's white to move, but if it was black to move, white would win. That's funny. Hey, great man, I'm fine, thank you. How are you? How was your stream? So in this position, we're in opposition. We would love to outflank, but if we try, black will keep the opposition. And if we keep trying, black will keep the opposition. What can we do about it? How can I find back all these studies? Okay, well, I'm gonna, after I finish this session, I'm gonna publish this one. But during this stream, I already published 2 studies, and we have a list, study list. That's the whole list. I probably need to add more because I have like 100 studies on liches, and in the list there are like 25 of them. And we have the command study to find studies. For example, the last we added was knight versus pawn. Knight versus pawn. So we can find it like that, yeah. And the previous one was bishop and pawn, bishop plus pawn versus, maybe I can find it with just bishop. No! Study bishop pawn. No, I'm gonna do it. Maybe I should open the list or the studies list. Was it bishop plus pawn versus bishop was, right? Aha, bishop plus pawn versus bishop. Okay. Fine. Okay, so yeah, with these commands, but you can also go to the list directly. They're there. Also, you can go to my liches profile and click on my studies, my public studies. Okay, so this was a funny situation because this is black keeping the opposition. How do we make progress here as white? We can lose a tempo maybe with the rook, right? Rook e2. And now we say, okay, now it's your turn. Now you're in opposition. But now the problem is a rook will be hit with, and black wins a tempo here because a rook is on e2. Ideally a rook would be on e1 in this position. Now after rook e1, we're not in time to outflank. We can try, but we're not in time, right? So this is a draw. Amazing, right? Amazing. So the initial position, we played rook e1, and after e4, we lost the opposition, and if we try to outflank, black keeps the opposition. Wow. So what if we go all the way to the a file? He can't keep the opposition because we can take the pawn. Is it something obscure like rook h4? Okay. To the a file, I guess you mean in this position, for example. Right? But then he can keep the opposition. We're not attacking the pawn anymore, so he can keep the opposition by just pushing the pawn, and he's winning tempi actually. There's no way we're gonna outflank now in time. So we need like one extra move for the rook and the king to get closer. Yes. Yes, I mean with king. Ah, okay, you meant with king. Okay, I got you. So we go king c7 here. But then we're not. Yes, okay, that's the solution. But then we're we're going away from our goal to outflank. How are we gonna reach here or here now? Yeah, we're too far now. So he can start pushing. Now let's say we go here. We're not in time. We will need to. We're not in time. We need to round this. Let's say this, this, this. King d2 or e2, both of them, but king d2 is the simplest. Yes, okay, you're right. Rook e2 and then rook e1 to gain opposition. That's the funny thing about this study. The solution, the two solutions are rook e2 and rook e3, with the idea to move to e1 next move. So yeah, for example, rook e2. Let's promote this, make this main line. I'm gonna put an exclam to this move, although rook e3 also works. Rook e2, and now after e4, for example, to keep the opposition, then rook e1, winning the opposition. And because a rook is on e1, not on e2, he will not gain a tempo now on a rook. So after king f4, for example, we have time now to outflank. King f3, king here. Bam. Amazing. And okay, he can try here, he can try rook e5, king e5, sorry. Actually, I'm gonna promote this because this is a better attempt probably. And how do we win here now after king e5? This is another subtlety of this puzzle. This is the last trick. King e5 is the last trick. They made a clip of a burn. Oh, when I burned my throat, did they clip that? Hey, Carlos Kong, welcome. Rook e3, rook e2, no. Obviously king e7. Yes, Jim, obviously king e7. You are totally right. King e7, yeah. King g6. That would be my what my intuition would say. King g6, right? Apart from king e7, obviously. King e7 is the only winning attempt. Is the only winning move, actually. But yeah, why don't king g6, right? King g6 should be good. The problem is king f4, and we're not outflanking. I mean, we would be outflanking if the king goes to the other side, but now the king is annoyingly blocking us. But yeah, king e7, exclam. We win the opposition again in the same file of the pawn. So now black will need to choose side, and we're gonna go to the other. And of course, if black goes like up from his point of view, he goes up, then we can outflank to the other side. If black goes to one side by saying, okay, I'm gonna keep the king here to annoy you, no worries, no problem. I mean, we're still going there. So there's no option for black after we win the opposition right here. There's no option. He will give us a path to one side of the pawn. So, but at endgames, okay, no worries, Carlos Con. That's why we're here. We're all trying to learn here. So king e7, yeah, and now king d4, just king f6, and yeah, we can show all the line. King d3, king e5, king f5, both of them. Pawn has to be pushed. We threaten it again, push, threatening it again. Pawn is lost. It's just in time, but we achieve it. Hey, thanks Rather Brown for the follow. I hope you like the stream. Okay, so this was the trickiest. And of course, it comes from a study, so I've never seen something like this on a real game. But yeah, some of the concepts we've seen in previous chapters, we could apply them here, and also the trick of rook e2, rook e1. That's tricky. I've lost one game so many times by this point. Okay, and that's pretty much about the techniques of rook versus pawn, although we have some exceptions to add. I think I'm gonna take them from this book. But yeah, just to sum up, counting, important. We move first the king, then the rook, whenever possible. Then cutting the king, important. When we're behind, hey Kopuk, thanks for the follow. Hey, thanks, okay. Important to know that outflanking does not work in time. When the pawn is already on the fifth, And important that pushing the king, trying to checkmate him, doesn't work because of the last resource of promoting to a knight, which is a draw. Important to know that. Then we saw outflanking working when the pawn is still not on the fifth. Then outflanking works just in time. Then we've seen the shouldering technique to put the kings in lateral opposition to do this annoying check, and that's winning. We've seen the golden rule that whenever the king is ideally prepared to support the pawn, then we check to win a tempo, and then we do the shouldering in this case. And we've seen this example with rook a2 check, and then rook a8, and finally this study. Okay. And now, last but not least, I'm gonna add a couple of exceptions. So, special themes with a knight's pawn. So, we're gonna see new chapter, knight pawn, king here. So let's call this example with knight's pawn. Why to play and win. Okay, why to play and win, what do you think? We can still apply the rules we've seen. Our king is too far, but at the same time, this pawn is still in the fourth, so we have hopes to win. Actually, this is winning. Okay, I have some feedback from someone. Appreciate. Why to move and win. This would be the typical situation where if I didn't have any rules to apply, I would be like, whoa, what can I do? Queen e5 mate, what? Like, should I run king c7? Should I run king d7? Should I go check on e3? Should I go check on c7? Should I do a clever thing? And yeah, there's this rule that we've said already a couple of times. Whenever the king is an ideal situation to support the pawn advance, we check him. We check him so the king is not in the best position. So yeah, we have this rule that at least you're asking should I. I would be asking should have I. Rook c7. Yes, Carlos, rook c7. So yeah, the problem is the king is ideal. So if we do some normal move, he's gonna start pushing the pawn. By checking, we force the king to a bad situation. So we've already seen in some of the positions, rook c7 blocks are flanking though. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. So our flanking will be slightly different. It's slightly different now. But yeah, as we've seen in another examples, if the king goes to the e file, we're gonna threaten the pawn, so the king has to go to c4, and then we won a tempo. We could see that line, or we can see what is more interesting for this example, because it's a knight's pawn, what happens with king b3. But yeah, okay, let's see the line with king d3 real fast. We go here, he has to defend, then we start running with the king. And we're in time. We're actually in time to flank because the pawn is still in the fourth. So for example, push, king b6, no worries. Push, king a5, and we're going to be in time, right? He cannot push, so he has to do this, 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 and we take the pawn next move. So yeah, we're just in time. But what happens, and this is funny, if he goes to b3? b3 is tricky. b3 is tricky. This is called the rodeo. Rodeo, yes. Then the king comes in the game. Yeah, we need to bring the king now. And this is, again, applying the rules. In case of unless necessary, we don't move the rook. So, for example, here rook b7 would be a terrible mistake. King d7 is the move, yes. Sorry, I don't know which was the name in English. Well, the name in English is outflanking, just HF, outflanking. Yeah. Maybe people in the chat can tell more names for that. Rook c6, what? Make him move his king. No. We don't lose time with a rook. These positions are always a race between kings. We only move the rook for very specific reasons. We need to get our king close as soon as possible. So rook, king d7 is the move. For example, rook b7 would be a terrible mistake because after b4, and I mean, we have cleared the path for our king right now after rook b7, but the problem is we're not in time. King c3, and we're not in time. You only move the rook to inconvenience the king. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, we're not in time. Oopsie. No. Too slow. Yeah, because we lost that tempo with rook b7, which actually helps the pawn to be pushed. So once we did the check and we pushed the king in front of the pawn. Hey Joanna, yes, I'm still on. I was waiting for you. I was going to stop streaming, and then I decided, yeah, let's do one more topic. So we're with pawn versus rook, and we're almost about to finish. 2 weeks slow. The king on c3 is the perfect square. Yeah, that was the perfect square. That's why we check, and now the king is in front of the pawn. So we're basically going to make the king lose a tempo, but in the future because it's in front of the pawn. So now king comes, and now before, what else? And now this is sort of tricky again. Sort of tricky. King d6. Did you hunt well, Joey? King d6 exclam. Now, we could be tempted to do this, right? We could be tempted to go king c6. The problem is that blocks the rook, right? So after king c6, there's one move to draw here as black. It's not an easy one, but there's one move to draw. I'm gonna put a mistake here, question mark, to king c6, blunder. Successfully slayed the creature known as Wendy's delivery. Rawr, nice. Good hunting there. Oh, my coffee. King c2 does not win. Does not draw, sorry. Of course, black is playing for the draw. King c2 or king c3 don't work. Okay, the natural, yeah, both of them seem natural. But yeah, just king b5. And the outflanking will work with check, so it will definitely work. But king c4, wow, exactly, Jim. King c4, promote variation, delete from here. King c4, double exclam, draw. King c4 stops our outflanking idea. And this is a draw now. No way to outflank now. For example, after rook b7, just push the pawn, keeping the opposition as much as you can. So yeah, if you are the side with the pawn, you always try to do this. Keep the opposition as much as you can, and only then advance the king. So king b2. King b2 says couple. Yeah, the problem is king b2 allows the outflanking. So king b5, b3. I guess everything wins here. King a4, for example, keeping the idea. King a2. What happens after king a2? Okay, we'll see that. Well, king a4 was not necessary. King b4 made more sense to me. So let me delete from here. King b4, yeah, makes more sense. Now, only move that makes sense not to lose the pawn is king a2, but then any move, basically, yeah, this just easy. And that was king b2, right? Now let's see king a2. Just rook a7. Yeah, whenever the king and the pawn are a knight jump away from each other, we can say the king is in the best situation to help the pawn. So that's a call for checking him. Although here I think king b5 also works. But yeah, rook check, and yeah, b3, king b4. And now yeah, not to lose the pawn, king c2, right? But again, this check, and we're even one rank. I mean, we have one extra rank that we needed to win in both these lines. So king c4, yeah. After king c6, question mark, king c4 exclam, and this is a draw. So here the winning move is king d6. One ranking credit. Yeah, thanks. So king d6 exclam, and we keep moving forward with the king without blocking a rook. So now this king has to be either in front of the pawn or in the rook file. And what favors the rook in this type of situation is that whenever we need, we can check on the rook file, and the king is going to be pushed back in front of the pawn. So that's the way to win in this situation. Even though we started with a king in the worst position ever as white, we're going to win because the king is going to be either in front of the pawn or in the rook file when anytime we can push the king back in front of the pawn. So for example, what would we do with black? King a2 seems logical. And again, this is a call to check, but in this case king c5 works. King c5, yeah, rook a7 also works, but yeah, let's show this. King c5, b3, king b4, and this would be losing in the middle of the board, because I mean losing, drawing. This would be not winning in the middle of the board. But here, because the king is in the worst place ever, we push him in front of the pawn, and that's enough to win. Those checks remind me of the endgame technique used against the pawn on the 7th versus the queen. Yeah, we've seen that also in the past, and I think I will do a specific study only with that theme, probably next week. And okay, here, yeah, king b3, king a3, king b3 is the most precise. Only move. Rook c7 check. Now the trickiest is king b1, and now white to move and win. How would you do that? Rook c2 says, geez. Rook h7, rat the brown. Yeah. There's a stalemate trap if rook c2. Exactly, Kopuk. Rook c2 is a blunder. Geez and Joey. That's the trick. That's the last trick of this position. Rook c2 is a draw, which is amazing. Who would have told that? Who would have told that? Rook c2 is a draw. Oh. King a1, and we cannot prevent the promotion. The only way to prevent the promotion is to take the pawn with stalemate draw. Oopsie. So yeah, rook c2. Let me put a question mark there. Important to know this trick because, again, we study these endgames from the both sides, and we try to understand all the techniques. And it's important sometimes, maybe at some point, you are on the defending side of this, and your opponent goes for the blunder. So here, an engine will say the three legal moves lose here: king b1, king d2, king d1. But as humans, we go for the trick with king b1. Maybe maybe we're lucky. But yeah, any other move basically. Rook h7, someone said. That's a good one. Threatening checkmate. And that's the one I usually do. We need to do another hand and brain three-way with Kuro. Crazy House. Yes, we should. Yes, we should. And after king c1, yeah, rook c3, yeah, okay, let's see rook c3 next. Rook c3, yeah, that was probably also winning. Yeah, now rook a7 check, and rook a2, and that wins. But yeah, there's many ways to win. Just don't do rook c2. For example, rook c4, king has to go here, and again, rook check, and rook a2. Scared but sounds cool. Why are you scared? Rook c3. Rook c3 is a draw too. Rook c3 is also a draw. Let's put a question mark here. Rook c4 looks more subtle. But rook c3 is a draw basically because of king a1 again. And yeah, the moment we allow him to promote, it's a draw because now we need to. I mean, we need to be careful to draw now, right? Rook c6 is the GM move, though. Rook c6, if you say so. I mean, it's all the same. Rook a2, what happens? Rook a2 when the least effort. Ah, yeah, or rook c8. Well, I think rook b7 also, right? Bedtime for me. Okay. Nah, rook b7 is stupid. Good night, Fuxia. Thank you for being there. I'm gonna share this study as soon as we finish with this too. Have a great night and good reading if you do so. Yeah, I really miss Hand and Brain. I really miss it. It's been a while. Okay, so that's about it, I think. There's many ways to win, just don't fall for this trick. Just don't fall for this trick. Let's promote any other winning move, for example, rook h7. Let's promote it as main line. Promote. It has, and we have so much fun. Yeah, it has been a while. And it's so much fun. Okay, that's the example with the knight's pawn. What else? Conclusion. If the defender's king can be forced in front of his knight's pawn, his chances are dramatically decreased. Okay. We have so much fun until we don't. That sounds like alcohol to me. Alcohol is good until it's not. Rook's pawn. Okay. Final position. How long didn't we play it? I don't know. Last time we were too drunk, I think. How do we title this? How do we title this? I'm out of beer. Ah. Well, I'm drinking coffee and water today. I'm not. I'm still in my sober stage of life, but if we ever do another celebration stream with Han and Brain, I might drink. I'm up for it. Okay, let's see rook's pawn. This position, rook on h8, for example, white to play, and I'm gonna title this rook's pawn. You failed your sober stage. Yeah, I thought you were going to do it until your birthday. White to play, create chapter. Let's call this Rockin' King. Rockin' King? That's cool. Okay, so pawn on the 5th. We know, if you remember, but it was like 10 minutes ago, so you don't remember. We know that, let me find it, in this position, this is a draw, right? This was a draw because there was no way to outflank in time, and there was no way to push the king. Actually, that was the method we saw, one of them. The method of pushing didn't work because under promotion to a knight was saving for black. Now, that was this position. Now we have this position. One to the left, we're in with the rook pawn. Now, this is lost. This is lost with that specific method. Of course, we cannot outflank because there's no file to the left of the A file, but we can push to try and checkmate, and under promotion will not help because, as we all know, and Jesse is sharing on the chat, knight on the rim is dim, and the knight in the corner is lost. So it is winning with the knight on a1, exactly. So we win by doing that method, which is very simple. We push, we go here, attack the pawn has to be pushed, we check, pushing the king again, attack the pawn, check, attack the pawn and threaten checkmate. And what would be saving in other place of the board, this under promotion to a knight, it's not winning here, because after king c3, we would need the knight to go to the left to a3, and there's no square there. So all legal moves here lose the knight. This loses the knight, this loses the knight, this allows checkmate. Yeah. Sad times for black here. So I'm gonna add some comments here. This is losing because under promotion will not help. The knight on a1 will be lost. Okay. And I think there's nothing more interesting. Yeah, well, stalemate in the corner. More things on rook's pawns. Caddy Master, thanks for the follow. Okay, let's add a new chapter with this position. It's a very extreme position. Stalemate in the corner. White to play. And it is a draw. So if this was in the center of the board, we know that doing this check we would win. This is what we called shouldering, right? Shouldering. Kings in lateral position, we check, forcing the king in front of the pawn or behind the pawn, either one terrible. But in this case, king a1 exclam, and there's no way we make progress because the usual technique, which would be just walking towards that and forcing the king out for to the other side. In this case, there's no other side. If we move the king, it's a stalemate. And there's no way to make progress here. There's no way to make progress. The king goes out. Whenever we check, he goes there. And no way to win. Right, that was easy. Now let's see another not so easy, which is going to be shoulder rhymes with folder. So it's shoulder, not shoulder. It's shoulder. Okay, let's put the pawn one step behind. Black to play and draw. And how to call this? Black to play and draw. Okay, this is an extreme position in the sense that if white was to play, white would win. May I have the link? Yeah, I'm gonna share the link in 5 minutes, maybe when I finish. Let me see. I'm gonna add 2 more chapters, one with this position and another one that I'm gonna put. Yeah. King b2, rar. Yeah, king b2 is the only move to draw. King b2, and yeah, there's no way now to win. For example, I don't know, what should we do? Shouldering, we know it doesn't work because after the push we're in the previous position. Hello Hamato. And if we try a check, let's promote this because this is the trickiest line. So this is a better attempt for white to win. Now there's only one move to draw. It's not a difficult one, but we might be tempted to go to a1 to go for the stalemate, right? The problem is that doesn't draw. King a2, nope. King a2 loses. It's easy to calculate. King c2, because it's all only moves. Here, check, only move here, here, only move king a1, next move is checkmate, right? So king a2 is checkmate. King c1 exclam, yes. After this check, king c1 exclam, and promote that. Yeah. Typical to get away from the pawn. If they attack the pawn, we go back. And it's important to see how king a1 loses, because we might be on the winning side of this, and some of our opponents could try this to stalemate, but this is not working here, right? I mean, with the pawn already on a2, it would be working, but because black will have yet another move, a2, we have time to go king c3 or king c2 or king c4, all of them, because our target square is b3 with the king, basically. So all of these moves work here with the idea to go to b3. So let's say king c3, a2 only move, and king b3. Although I'm thinking that rook out is easier, right? Yeah, rook out is easier in this case. Yeah, makes more sense because this is checkmate. But I remember once I saw in a book, and it got recorded in my brain. I don't know why, this king b3 idea, and after king b1, then you go out, because again, if he promotes to a knight, it's knight in the corner, so it will be lost. But then at some point I thought, wait, what if I just move the rook? It's not checkmate next move. And I was like, come on, the book is telling me a method that wins in 5 moves instead of 1. But yeah, king c1 here is the draw. So important, initial position, we go king b2, and then if they check, we go king c1. And in the initial position, a mistake would be a2. We need mix. Let's show this mistake. And what would be the winning move here? There's only one move to win as white. It's an easy one, though. The check usually didn't work because the king went, when the king went to a1, there were stalemate tricks, but now the king would be forced behind the pawn. And now it's a different story. King c2 wins. Because again, if he promotes to a knight, the knight will be in the corner, lost. If he promotes to anything else, we check and win that anything else. So a2, nope. King b2 only move that draws here. King b2 exclam. Okay. And finally, okay, I have some other positions here I'm gonna pass. And finally, I'm gonna show a couple of examples where the pawn wins against the rook. The same as we saw the knight winning against the pawn. So we were studying all the cases where the knight could be able to draw, and finally we saw this very exceptional case where the knight was actually winning against the pawn. Well, in this case the same. We saw all the scenarios where the rook was able to win against the pawn, and those where the pawn was able to draw. Now we're gonna see a scenario where the pawn actually wins against the rook. So pawn winning against rook. Easy endgames, yes. Okay, Rat the Brown, 2 a.m. here. Yeah, 3 a.m. here. Ooh. Yeah, I gotta go soon too. Thanks for stopping by. See you. Okay, let's put the position there. We have our pawn here, and a rook here, and of course. No, what? What happens, Kuro? Black to play. I heard leave soon. I mean, Kuro, it's 3 a.m. here. It's the same time for you, isn't it? And it's been a while already. 4 hours doing endgames. Can you believe that? So the first stream I did on Endgames, I was like, oof, this is gonna be so boring. People would leave like after 5 minutes. And every time we do Endgames, we're here like 3 or 4 hours and people stay there. It's amazing. So is Joey gonna take over? I don't know. Joey, are you gonna take over? I really need to sleep. Okay, so this situation, it's black to play and it's lost. Black is lost despite having the rook. Nah, I'm too sleepy. Ah. Okay, so we're both gonna sleep, I guess. Okay, let's show this one. And that's the one in the book. And next one is gonna be Saavedra, because we all know Saavedra, right? Okay, Pong is about to promote. Hamato says rook f6 check. Yeah, that's the best attempt. Pong is about to promote. What can black do? Rook f6 check, right? Now, what is the winning move? Which book is it? Yes, you can ask. This is Jesus de la Villa, 100 Endgames You Must Know. And most of my examples are from this book, but not all of them. Some are of my own. Are forcing me to go to sleep. Terrible, Kudo, terrible. At 3 a.m. How can we? Our workbook is out, I heard. Oh, cool. Okay, what's the winning move now? This is an interesting position now. How? This is actually more interesting from the white side. White to play and win. How does white win in this position? If you know these typical studies, you probably know the answer. There's only one move to win here. King d5. Yes, Kudo, king d5. King d5 is the winning move, and what is interesting is to see why the other doesn't win. The other moves don't win. For example, the simplest to see, I mean, king e5, of course, rook c6, that loses. King c5 allows this. Oopsie. And king d7 allows this also, because being the kings in opposition, we're gonna have check and skewer. So yeah, only attempt king d5. Rook f5 check again. The king is protecting the square where the rook can stop the promotion, and the young king is blocking the rook. So we gotta keep checking. And now again, if we go to the file of the pawn, we're gonna be skewered. If we go away from there, the rook will control the pawn. So we gotta go here. Check, here, check. And now, only now, we can enter here because there's no skewer anymore. Right? No skewer here. So black keeps checking. Now, we did this. What do we do now? This. Black has to keep checking. Again, we cannot enter this because of the skewer, but we go up, we go up, we go up, until there are no more checks. And promotion cannot be stopped. Very well-known technique, maybe. I don't know if this has a name. Oh, thanks for sharing, Anupokrail. Thanks for sharing. Okay, and that was tricky, but there's only one thing to avoid, which is this skewer over here. Never had it in a game. Yeah, it's unusual, but maybe not exactly this, but some things like that. The typical when your king controls the square, so the rook cannot be behind the pawn. So they throw a couple of checks and you keep with the king. So not exactly as pure as this, but yeah, the theme, I've seen it. And last but not least, if you know this, you probably know the Saavedra position that I'm gonna put. Saavedra, this is a very well-known study. And it starts Saavedra position. Yeah, it's very well known. Let's put it. Black to play again. Okay, this is one of the few positions I know the name of. Yeah, because this is very well known. I should probably look. I'm gonna look on the internet, then just to put it on the study, the year of this study. Google Chrome. Saavedra study. Saavedra position. One of the best known. Oh, it starts. Yeah, okay, it starts like this. It's okay. No, it starts one move early and white to move. But okay, we can start here and black to move. It's okay. So this position is from history. Poof. (1902), I think. The problem with this is it comes from a previous study, and then Saavedra corrected it. So I got to research to have the proper date. Anyway, this position is the same as before, right? They check us. We cannot hide because they pin the pawn and take it next. Of course, if rook takes pawn, even losing the rook, it would be an immediate draw, so we cannot allow that. So we go here. And we're gonna do the same as we did before, right? Should work. Because again, if we ever enter here, there's this skewer. So we do the same, check, we do the same. Here, okay, we're winning. Now they play rook d4. Okay. White to move and win. While living in Glasgow in the late 19th century, spotted a win in a position previously thought to have been a draw. Yeah, exactly. This was thought to be a draw because when they first published this study, they reached this position and they said, okay, and now, even though, well, they said rook d4 exclam, because now, even though white promotes, rook c4 check, bam, threatening queen and king, so rook must be taken, and this is a stalemate. No, this is a draw. So, I mean, it's, to be honest, it's a normal mistake. It's fair, because you wouldn't think promoting to any other piece would win here. Of course, knight and bishop, promoting to knight or promoting to bishop, that loses. But who would think that promoting to a rook would win? Well, it does. Make me line. promoting to rook actually wins, which is amazing because it's king on rook versus king on rook. The problem is this king is in a terrible shape, and this rook is also in a terrible shape. So we're threatening to checkmate, and the rook has no checks. Such a position. So the only move to prevent the checkmate would be to block the a file with the rook. There's no other move to prevent the checkmate, right? So this is forced. And now the amazing double attack. King b3, attacking the rook and threatening checkmate, wins the game. This is one of the most beautiful studies I've ever seen, I think. And it's one of the most well-known, along with the Reti one, right? So, yeah. So I think it has to be included in this study on rook versus pawn. It has to be here, even though this one is not on the book. It's amazing. I'm really weak in the endgame. No problems. No problems. We're all. I am weak in the endgame. That's why I keep studying. Okay, guys. Now I'm finally done. Let me share this study with you, the same as I shared the two previous ones. No spoilers. What? What spoiler is that? What spoiler are you talking about? Copy this, endgame. Why are you sad, Joey? I'm happy if I manage to reach an endgame. Oh, that's also, yeah. Sometimes you don't get there, right? So, yeah, it happens to me. For example, in the school, I teach chess to my teammates of my club, especially the ones in the team, in the B team, right? And so they play in a lower level, and as a teacher I want to teach them endgames, but they never get to an endgame in their games. So I'm like, okay, maybe it's not that important that I teach endgames to them, at least during the chess league. Maybe now that the chess league is over, I will start doing some more theory with them. But yeah, if you don't get to the end game, then I guess there's some other stuff to study. Okay, study, add study. This is rook versus pawn. If you don't study endgame, you won't get to the endgame. That's also true. I mean, I've told this many times. I think studying endgames is extremely important for any chess player. So I always say tactics and endgames. That's the first. Everything else comes after. Thanks, OJ. And yeah, good night. I gotta sleep too. Thanks, OJ, for the sub and for being there. Okay, guys. So this is over. I think it was a good session. We've covered all the topics we wanted. We covered the bishop plus pawn versus bishop. There you have it. Good night, Kuro, and thanks also for the sub and all the support. Thank you, Ihinihil, and I'm sorry I didn't say your name much because it's hard to pronounce. Okay, the second topic we discussed is on this other study. It's knight versus pawn. That's the study. Oh, the study is private. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Which one of them? Oh, the last one. Okay, sorry, my bad. Public, save. Oh, actually, let's put no sync. Okay, it should be public now. Sorry. Okay, knight pawn, and the final one, study rook versus pawn. Okay, and this one should be public now. The three of them should be public. So good night, Joey. Thanks, guys. I hope this was useful, and I'll be doing more endgames hopefully next Monday. And tomorrow I'll be streaming with Quartillos every Tuesday, and he didn't answer to me, but tomorrow he has to leave earlier, so I proposed to him to stream a little bit earlier. I don't know. So either we stream earlier or we stream less, but we will be here, well, here, not here in the school, tomorrow with GM Quartillo. I hope to see you there, and have a great night.